Do you have the casino information? We're on. I don't see the stream. Okay, there. I see the stream. Do you know their casino name? Ace8? Okay. What's up, guys? This is D22 Sosa when checking the live bike poker stream. We have a stream from Taiwan. Taiwan poker's been catching on. It's cash games are not legal, but tournaments are, a skill game. So we're going to go with it. Shout out to the Wine and Poker 8-6. It's not suited though. We have Kitty, KUO, and Andy in the mix. Taiwan is almost completely rid of COVID, which is why you don't see any masks on them in very few cases. Kitty with pocket queens on the gun +2. She's going to raise it up. So this is tournament format. Let me get the conversions. Conversion's 0.03. So queens are still ahead. Nine and 3. Kitty's going to put in a almost pot-sized bet, it looks like. And she's going to deny everyone's equity and take it down. Well done. This is Ace8 Poker live in Taiwan. These are the chip counts. Andy and Kitty represent the USA. What's up, Cash Cow? This is live. It is tournament format. But Andy and Kitty, they'll play it like cash games. Looks like Under the Gun's going to limp 7-6 of hearts. Andy not going to bully them. Andy's been reporting to me on what the Taiwan scene is like. It's like going a little back in time with studying. A little behind because poker wasn't legal for a while. Ace King off's going to raise it up. Oh, excuse me. Ace King off raised, so Andy was on the button with King 2 off, so of course he's not going to make a move. And of course, being out of position, you're at a huge disadvantage. If you miss the flop, you're going to have to fold to a C bet. So 7-6 suit's going to make a move and check and raise, which is permitted. There's the problem with playing out of position. You're at a huge disadvantage. You give away information. And oftentimes, if you make plays like these, you have a little equity. Wow, and Ace King folds, so I guess it worked. An environment that's tightish. Maybe it's doable. But especially when you're on camera, you don't want to make these hero folds because so many people want to bluff. How's it going, Lujan? We're doing what we can. Andy with Ace6 suited, mid position, raising up. Excuse me, guys, little technical difficulties. We'll get it back up. There we go. So it looks like he has one caller in position, 8-7 suited. He's going to check and then allow 8-7 suited to get a backdoor flush draw. Ace high still good. And you may try to induce a bluff, but it goes check, check. Andy's ace high is going to take it. High cards are better than low cards. Appleseed asks, Wayne, does Andy speak more in Taiwan than LA? Andy's just quiet at the poker tables and high stakes poker because it's incredibly competitive. Like, I'm the same way at those high stakes games. And most people are. Like, Garrett speaking at those tables is like really an anomaly. It's really a treat. Batman representing Taipei. I don't know why Ace King folded that flop. Maybe there's a little history. Maybe early in the tournament they don't want to get involved. I'm not entirely sure. I wish we could ask the players, just like them live with the bike. So it looks like Batman's going to raise A6 suited under the gun. Going to get called by Queen Jack off. Ideally, you don't call with these hands because they get dominated by real hands like Ace King or Ace Queen, Ace Jack, Aces, Kings, Queens, Jacks. So a pair of sixes for Type A Batman. Checks on the polarized board. Looks like two overcards and a gut shot. It's going to take a stab at it. 2.5K. Checking a call. Backdoor spade draw for Batman. Batman's likely going to check. Oh no, it looks like he's going to bet out. No. That's reaching for the chips. If you guys watch the Dating the Grind Master class, he does mention stuff like that. It's very defensive. It means you really don't want the other guy to bet. But he is going to continue to barrel, maybe picking up on a tell there. If Batman calls, he may have to face a river barrel because it's very plausible that the guy in the hijack has a 9, is going to continue barreling. So Batman is going to call. So 9s and 6s still best. Oh, sorry, excuse me. The river's a jack. I completely blanked out. So double overcard gut shot gets there on the river. And now the guy in position has implied odds since the start. He can value bet. He could safely bet since he knows Batman doesn't have a 9. And looks like a showdown with a jack. I think the jack could have safely bet there on the river. Matthew Kim, the conversion rate's 0.03, but this is a tournament. This is Ace8, a club in Taipei, Taiwan. What's up, SS the G? Taiwan is one of the places you could play. What's up, Cash Cow? Yeah, we will resolve the technical issues. It just started the stream, so we will get them fixed. Or they got them fixed, and we will display them as we go. Ace Jack off in the hijack. He's going to raise it, of course. Kitty folds, Ace7 off, and Batman folds in the big blind with a suited king. Little on the tight side, but if you don't know your opponents or are out of position, it's not that big of a deal to fold those kind of hands. Based on the conversions, approximately 612. Andy has expressed that he, like myself, dislikes tournaments. Kitty is a tournament player, though. She loves the tournaments, loves the competition. T.I. Frank, they're playing in Taiwan. There are very few cases in Taiwan because they implemented a lot of social distancing and masks very early on, and people in Asia are pretty compliant about this. So they are down to minimal cases, unlike the United States of America. Timothy Huang says he lives in Taiwan. It's like living in the 1990s. Here, people are way behind the times. Yeah, it's a luxury to be in a first world country like the United States, where LA leads in Hollywood, Silicon Valley leads in tech, and New York, the financial industry. Andy and Kitty do love the food in Taiwan. Shout out to Yiling Yi, aka 101 in Taipei. Very popular spot, tallest building in Taiwan, I believe. Again, sorry for the early technical difficulties. They will be fixed. Mystery hand hijack, raise it up. Queen 9 suited. Batman calls in position, Jack 9 off. Looks like it was checked around. Turns Jack for Taipei Batman. An effective overcard and a gut shot. So the action's a little lost here. Apologies. It'll get fixed up. The compare 4 is held. So aggressive with a pair, was able to get uncontested equity. Sorry, Ram. It'll hopefully smooth out the stream. Ace8 Poker Card Room, as Timothy Huang says, across from the Taipei Arena. Chow OG in the chat is also from Taipei and Says a lot of good things. I haven't been to Taipei in like, I don't know, I think 8 years, something like that. How's it going over there, Tim and Chow? I know it's things to progress like quite a bit, but yeah, it is behind the US. Very safe environment. Pocket six is raised up. Jack 9 suited is going to call right behind. Queen 4 suited calls. Andy folds King 10 off on the button. He would have been okay in this spot, but it's very hard to play that hand, even in position in a multi-way pot. You don't know if, even if you flop top pair King or 10, you don't know where you're at. This is tournament poker, but it does play very similar to cash games in Taiwan. They don't change all that much. Andy would have flopped a king. Let's see if pocket sixes decides to continue. Oftentimes on a double ace board, the preflop raiser has the range advantage, especially multi-way. Also depends on your image as well. If you're known as a bluffer, a c-bet may not get a king to fold. So sixes is going to continuation bet. Good job. He's probably going to take down. He does. I need to brush up on my Chinese so I can read these names. I apologize, guys. I'm going to try to do a commentary in Chinese in the future. I think like 10 years ago, Super Poker tried to recruit me for a sponsorship, and they tried to make poker a thing with like TV shows, but it didn't really fall through. But poker's a thing in the world, so they're going to make it a late night rally and try to get things to happen. I think Kitty picks up queens again. Batman's going to call and hijack ace-2 suited. It's not necessarily recommended. If you do call, you probably want to do it on the button where you're guaranteed position, encouraging the blinds to come in. If you call in between, if somebody wakes up with a hand after you, they can 3-bet. Batman does flop the ace. Oftentimes with an ace and low kicker, you're only going to get 2 streets of value if you are good. Kitty is going to hero this turn to revalue the river. Women get bluffed a lot in poker by guys. Checking a check, and Batman's ace is going to be good. So if Batman had a higher kicker and was more confident with his hand, he could have got more streets of value. Kitty, not too happy, tosses her queens. Ace always comes. GT, the bike is not open. What's up, Kim Cox? Taiwan's definitely improving very quickly, day by day. I have memories as a kid going there, and it was just in general, the world's been really moving really fast pace with improvements. Thanks, Mad Benjamin. If any of you guys from the chat want to come on and talk, I'm open for it. Chat regs, though. You gotta be chat regs. If you're not contributing in the chat and you want to call in, not gonna take those calls. Any of the chat regs, all good. Pocket 5 is gonna limp under the gun. Batman raises Ace4 suited. I do like Batman's aggressiveness. In passive games where people are playing showdown poker, you want to stay aggressive. Pocket 6 is going to 3-bet on the button in position. He's going to be in really good shape. An under pair and only dealing with the suited ace with 1 over card, 55% equity. Set of 5s, though, he's not going to get much. So there's a problem when you have a low pocket pair out of position. Even if you flop a set, if nobody has anything, it's hard to get value. You basically have to get value if he has a hand, or you have to induce a bluff. And just like nobody has anything, set of 5s bets and doesn't get any action. It's rough. It's a king, queen, jack board too. But it's good check by 6s, 2 high cards, queen and jack. So it figures if somebody doesn't hit a queen and jack, he has a draw. Something like ace 10, king 10, 10 9, ace 10. Andy, as usual, the chip leader. What's up, McPatridge boy? I want to talk about folding. How do you know when your top pairs or great hands busted and can grind? Thank you, Kim Cox, for the $4.99 donation. You rock as well. Same with Dan. McPatridge boy. So what happens is that's part of the game of poker, which is you don't know whether your hand is hit or not. There's definitely live tells in the lower limits, and even the mid stakes, they don't completely disappear. But if you are getting your hands cracked, you may want to buy in for like 70 big blinds or maybe even 50 big blinds, and then you just play poker in a sense that you want to flop a big hand with a strong pre-flop starting hand. So if they outdraw you, they don't get the implied odds for drawing out on you. David Wheel, you don't count as a chat reg. I don't recognize your name. Ace queen against ace jack. And 5-4. We're in the 4-5 flops a pair. And he's going to c-bet with 2 over cards, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. 4-5 is going to call. Of course, the reg veteran can't potentially barrel people off their hands. I think Andy may suspect. Oh, it looks like 4-5 is going to rep it a 10 and potentially bet out. Andy, very good with the live reads. He's going to throw it away. Probably guesses the other guy's not a folding station. Shout out to Charles Chang, who just got to Taiwan. Charles Chang, aka Carl's. Yes, this is in Taiwan. This is pre-recorded a couple days ago. We're going to try to give you some more Taiwan streams with Kitty KUO and Andy. Cash games are not legal, so it is only tournaments. But here, the way they play, this might as well be a cash game. Batman's going to limp 7-4 suited. Prefer raise or fold. Ace-9 off, and the cutoff is going to isolate 2.4K to 500 big blind, so almost 5x. Pocket kings in the small blind. Going to raise it up. To 8.4K, like 3.5x. This is why you probably shouldn't limp in early positions, because when there's raising wars, you will be putting in money and then folding later, so you have 0% chance to win the hand. Ace-9 off is going to call. Set of kings. Backdoor hard draw for Ace-9. Oh, sorry, no backdoor hard draw. I thought there were 2 hearts on the board. Yes, Anime Hero, this is in Taiwan. Looks like the set of kings is going to bet. And there's a 9 for Ace-9. Trapping him in the hand perhaps for another street. There is a bet. We're going to see the bet sizing. So he's going to bet half pot 10.1 into 20.1. Ace-9's now trapped in the hand. Can't really float just to fold once you hit a pair. If you do that, you might as well have folded the flop. But he does fold, so maybe he's floating to see if he doesn't get, if he gets checked too. Shout out to the niece Yvette. Shout out to the nephew Xavier and sis Lois representing Taiwan. Again, we have Andy and Kitty from Live at the Bike in the mix, bringing live stream poker from Ace8 Club in Taipei. Don't be bluffing if you're a chat reg. JJ and I are on the chat like all the time, so. Yeah, I believe Poker Sasha is also in Taiwan. I think she had to go to the hospital or something like that, and there was a incident with her boyfriend or dad. Dad can't let go of his daughter. Very loving dad. Sasha and I did talk about her family stuff and my family stuff, and yeah, just similar culture issues. What's up, Felony Melanie? Bill Huang, I think in this event the blinds raised really slowly, so it does simulate a cash game. What's up, Wisco Inferno? Yeah, the bike, hopefully will open within a couple months. There are rumors, but we don't know. Whereas Garrett, I think, is in LA. We're both in LA. Andy and Kitty were the intelligent ones and went to Taiwan because there are very few COVID cases, and it's almost completely eradicated. What's up, Matt Benjamin? So a little Lagro action, Jack 8 suited, raising up And a 3-bet from Ace King. Type A Batman's going to call on small blind 8-7 off. Should not be playing out of position, especially with a weak hand. You reverse imply yourself, like, you know, if a Batman flops Ace 8-3, then he's going to have to pay drawing 3 outs because Jack 8 beats 8-7. So yeah, exactly. This is the case. They both flop an 8. The Jack out kicks the 8-7, so 8-7 only has 3 outs and has the lowest equity. And if the last 8 in the deck comes out, Jack 8, well, in this case they chop because the King Queen kicker, but usually kicker kick when 3 of a kind comes out. And Ace King's just going to ship it. Looks like Batman calls and is in pretty bad shape, especially with an 8 missing. Ooh, Jack 8 would have made 2 pair. There are only 2 8s left in the deck. Or sorry, 1 8 left in the deck. Sorry guys, we're syncing up the cards. I do believe Ace King bet and 8-7's in. And Jack 8 folded, turns to Jack. Ace King still good as a 4-liner to a straight though. Let's see if 8-7 bluffs at it. Be pretty hard for Ace King to call. He loses the 2 pair as well. Looks like Batman is going to bluff at it. Not many combination of cards, legitimate combinations of cards Ace King can beat. Pot is 46,700 NT. Looks like he bets a little bit half pot, a little over half pot, 28 into 47. And doesn't look like Ace King came to fold, even though he can't really beat anything with except the bluff, which this is a bluff. So very good instincts. Let's see if he puts the chips in. I don't think he's going to fold. Hashtag too rich to fold. Cannot beat a club draw. Oh, he might fold. Very good bluff by Batman. When you play out of position, you do need to have bluffs in your range, or else you are definitely going to be losing. Oh, he's going to fold. Good job, Batman. Type A Batman. This is a stream in Taiwan that Live with the Bike is hosting from the Ace8 Club. What's up, Red Wolves? I talked to Weez yesterday. We had an interesting meeting, so hopefully that project works out, and we will tell you about it on Live with the Bike. Ace and 10 under the gun. It's borderline in this game, definitely okay. But in aggressive games with a lot of 3-betting, you may want to fold Ace 10 off under the gun. Pocket 7's in the hijack. That looked like a flat. Nope, it was a 3-bet. Now this is the problem when you play Ace 8 early position, Because if you get 3-bet, it's very, very difficult to play. And this is what happens is when ace-10 misses, you get c-bet and you fold something like king-9-3. But it looks like ace-10 is going to bet out 4.9k, putting 7s in a tough spot. A lot of times, because the camera doesn't pick up everything, people can get live reads on each other, whether somebody has a made hand, a strong hand, top of the line strong hand. Great play by ace-10, makes the 7s fold. Game theory optional or game theory optimal, you can call with the 7s and see what happens next street. Maybe he gives up his bluff. That's the power position. Okay, we had the action wrong. So it was 7 c betting and then ace-10 folding. As I said, like when the big cards miss pre-flop, you have to fold a c bet. So you're basically playing a 5-card game versus a 7-card game. 7 cards, the guy in position gets to see his 2 in his hand and 3 on the flop, and if he c bets, he gets to see the turn of the river, and then out of position, they only get to see 5 cards. And you have the button with ace-6 off, definitely going to steal. And it's going to steal the blinds. So fold it to the button, fold to the cutoff. If the blinds are tight or you have a decently playable hand, go ahead and raise it to steal the blinds. Wisco Baron, I've been following Prolad Friedman and chatted with him a week or 2 ago. So we're going to get him on the podcast, hopefully back on Live with the Bike when we can. Kitty KUO with her fofo, make sure all y'all kids don't grow. 3.5x raise, type A Batman calls, and he folds. Looks like the 4s, oh no, 8-6 suited, shout out to Wine and Poker, flops a 6. Check to Kitty, who is going to c-bet a very favorable flop, 6-deuce-deuce. Check and raise by 8-6. Kitty with a backdoor straight draw, backdoor club draw. She's going to check if she has a club. She does. Still going to fold. Yes, Prolad Friedman, aka Spirit Rock. He was in Atlanta working on his latest rap album. King Queen suited on the gun. raised up 3.5x. Kitty's going to 3-bet ace and a king. Even a hand as strong as king, queen suited, look, you get dominated so easily by the top end hands, aces, kings, ace, king, ace, queen, pocket queens. And then in this spot, you get trapped in the hand because you're like hashtag suited. And then if you flop a king, you're trapped in the hand, you lose 3 extra streets of value. But you could be professional and flop a queen. Kitty does have the nut flush draw. (1983) won this is in Taiwan. Taipei, Taiwan, the capital. NT is a Taiwan dollar, but this is a tournament. Turn deuce of clubs. So king, queen, she picks up a club draw, cannot hit the ace of clubs anymore. Kitty definitely not going to fold when she has the nut flush draw and 2 overcards, but she does know that if she hits her ace or king, it could give king, queen, or it could give the under the gun player top 2 pair. Most brutal card would be the ace of clubs for in the gun. Any spade would be brutal. And Kitty misses, of course, way too many outs. Gotta miss. Sneaky check by king, queen, potentially inducing the bluff. Kitty's gonna check and showdown. And Kitty KUO, the veteran, doesn't blink an eye and just mucks her hand. Not upset that she had the on the gun dominated. Stefan Song, I did not play any online WSOP events. You cannot play them in the US, so you'd have to go to something like Mexico or Asia to play them, or in Nevada or New Jersey. Kitty, king 9 suited under the gun should be at the bottom of her range when it comes to a king. King queen offsuit on the button is going to flat call. Usually not that great of a call against under gun raiser, especially Kitty. But in this case, yes, Kitty dominated. Ace 10 suited in the small blind. Not an easy spot here. There's justification for all 3 situations. A fold is even justifiable because Kitty raised under the gun and she's a strong player. Ace 10 suited does 3-bet with the best hands, gets a couple folds, and denies them equity, especially out of position. That's a great thing to deny equity. They're not playing USD. They're playing a tournament that's representing NT, New Taiwan dollars. A raise, small blind is big blind, 10 deuce suited. Katie's going to let go of Jack 7 off. She got punked. What's up, Damon Santor? Smash that thumbs up and hit subscribe so we could try to get more of these events to you. Encouraging the people who run these shows. I don't think pocket queen's going to fold there. It's probably graphical error. Ace Jack's going to raise. As you guys can see, Ace Jack and Ace 10 early position can frequently run into hands stronger than them. Three bet from queens as expected. Two pocket, aka pocket twos folds. Back to Batman. Ace 10 suited in the big blind. Dominated both ways. Can't flop a 10, can't flop an ace, but does have a spade draw, but he is out of position. Good fold by Type A Batman. A lot of it, the context of the situation, the players involved, player history, that can influence how the cards pan out. Yes, Ed M, no masks because in Taiwan, coronavirus is controlled very well. When they hit Taiwan and land, they have to be quarantined for 2 weeks. And everybody is very socially conscious with the masks. Remember, SARS hit Asia, so they had a lot of practice with this stuff. Yashab, yes, I do read the chat. Pocket queen's the hand of the day. Must be a graphical error. Probably raised. Shout out from Korea, says Andy will win. Jung Chun Mun, sorry. Little lag action, 7-5 suited, raising up. Andy on the button with 4-3 of diamonds, flat calls in position, implied odds. And 8-7 off is the best hand. Looks like he's going to come in. Let's see what the big blind has. Also 8-7 off. Wow. Andy is a favorite. He has the highest equity with 4-3 suited with 36%. And bottom two pair, Andy's a professional. Nobody has anything though, so Andy can get sniped with a gut shot. This is a tournament. These cash games are illegal in Taiwan. C-bet from 7-5 suited with a gut shot. I like it on dry board. Andy does raise. If a 6 comes, it's really bad news for Andy because he's not going to see it coming. Can also hit backdoor 2-pair trips or a deuce and then an ace or deuce and 6. Full house for Andy. Must be nice. Andy's probably going to put in a small bet. $24.8. Let's see what Andy puts in. Oh, he bet pretty large, actually. So he was hoping that the pre-flop raiser had an overpair. If he knew his hand, obviously Andy would have checked. A lot of these things is we can't tell because we're not at the table, but Andy's especially known to be good with the live reads. So no one's perfect, but you could pick up things, small things, and make a guess on what their hand is. And there's no way Andy could have put him on 7-5 suited. Jack-5 of diamonds, early position, limping, would not recommend. As I said earlier, being out of position is bad. Kitty's going to raise ace-deuce suited in mid position, pretty aggressive, but if she thinks she can get away with it, that'd be good. Three of a kind jack, so apparently I don't know what I'm talking about. Cards are king, guys. Cards are king. So Andy was in the hand too, in position. Flush draw for Kitty and Andy. Andy doesn't know that his flush draw is dominated. This is a problem with the medium and low suited cards is when people play like Ace8 suited. Trip jacks are good. This ace could get could get Kitty into trouble. Kitty can only chop with an ace, beat a bluff, lose to ace king, ace queen, and ace jack. I think Kitty called. Is going to see the bad news. She was hoping that because he limped early position, you didn't have any of that. It was just bluffing. Danny Wu, how can Andy go to Taiwan? Because he was born there? He left a while ago. A lot of people I know actually left LA during this time. I'm sticking it out, but I definitely don't blame people. And I often tell them they were very wise to leave. Kitty with ace jack early, raise it up. Taipei Batman, queen 10 suited is going to call right behind. Dangerous spot if anyone wakes up with a hand 3-bets. But no, being in position, queen 10 suited against ace jack off isn't too bad. Queen 9 off in the big blind, going to call. There's an ace for Kitty, and that should be the end of it. Kitty does check, hoping they will catch up. The pair is not meant to be. They are drawing dead. Kitty's going to put in a bet, make a draw pay. 5 tends to be on their range. Wondering if this kind of check on the flop makes people think that she's bluffing. And no action. Kitty queen 9 suited, a little loose, but if she can run over the table, she's confident she can run over the table. Represent some ace high and king high boards, then she can raise it up. Andy king jack off. Whoa, I'm surprised that he called here. Maybe he caught a live read on Kitty. Kitty and Andy have been battling on live with the bike. So it's 3 ways to flop. Andy, a pre-flop favorite. There's a jack for Andy. Pocket 9's ahead 3-way, but once Kitty folds, Andy should be a small favorite. Turns the 4 of clubs. Andy is going to bet his jack. Pocket 9 does have a hard draw. High cards are better. Wow, a raise from pocket 9s. Let's see what Andy does. It's fairly interesting. Andy does lose to things like a set or 2 pair or a flop flush, obviously. And he does call, maybe he has a live read. And there's a heart, so Andy gets outdrawn. Standard. Semi-bluff always gets there. Andy's reaching for chips. He's going to bluff at it. Looks like he put 10,000, 11,000 into 25,000. And he gets it through. Good job, Andy. Good job, Andy. Top player in Los Angeles. Veteran of over 15 years. Taiwan origins. Did commend Andy on going to Taiwan. He is the wise one, wise soul. Shout out to Manscaped. For 25% off, use the code LATB. Yes, this is a tournament. It is in Taiwan. But in Taiwan, they play cash games and tournaments similar style, which we know they are decently different. 10-9 suited raises, ace queen, 3 bets. We got some action now. There's an ace, spade draw, and gut shot for 10-9 suited. Double gut shot for 10-9 suited. Checking a check. There's a pair of nines. Ace queen still good. This is the Ace8 club in Taipei, Taiwan. It is not a casino, just a club. Ace queen off and hijack raises. Taking it down. Ace queen off again, raising under the gun. And this is a bad quality of ace X suited where you get dominated when somebody has a big ace. We are heads up. C-bet from ace queen, gonna take it down. Good job. McPatridge Boy asks, what do you think about 2BB open 6 max cash? I did 3BB, but D next says 2 is better. I create some more flexible. I don't know. I mean, when I was playing on global higher stakes, I think 5-10, I saw people pre-flop raising 2.2x, and the 3-bets were like 2.5x. I think you should be flexible. Like, yeah, it does make a difference, but you need to be focusing on outplaying your opponents, not the pre-flop raise. If you do 2.2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, it's negligible. Like, outplaying your opponents post-flop is far more important. Also, in games like these, if they're going to pay 2, they're going to pay 3, they're going to pay 5, they're going to pay 8, you might as well pre-flop raise 8x if they're going to pay. Get value from your hands. GTO and exploitative are both things, but you have to adjust the table yourself, or else you might as well be memorizing what you're doing. That's not what poker is. Poker is about playing your opponent. I definitely don't like 2BB in cash. In some online tournaments, I'm okay with min raising. Andy, King Jack suited mid position, raises. Ten six suited, defends from the big blind. At least he is suited. There's a 6-4, 10-6, and a king for Andy. Top 2 pair for Andy. 10-6 needs a 6. This is Ace8 in Taipei, Taiwan. Tomorrow, 6 p.m., we're going to have Jeremy Levin in the talk show and then play a replay. We'll try to get more Taiwan streams to you. I'm not a tournament expert, but know the basics. Looks like we have a 4x PFR from the button, 6-4 suited. Pocket ace defends from the small blind. Pair for 6-4. Looks like there's going to be a bet. Eights are still going to be good. It's an ugly board, though. There's a 4 flush out there, bluffing with the best hand, it looks like. Wow. Wow. Value bet with 8s against a pair of 6s on a 4 flush board. That is above the rim. Maybe suspected there was a bluff, like bluffing with the best hand. That's a thing. It happens. Andy with ace king off under the gun. It's going to get a lot of callers. You may be wondering, like, oh, I'm not going to win this hand, but you do want action just in case you do flop a hand. 3 of a kind aces for Andy. Batman's drawing to what's known as the wheel. Andy is going to bet, hoping to catch something with a smaller ace or a pair. Of course, no action. He has too much, but one of the mistakes people make is checking trips when you want to get 3 streets of value from lower kicker trips. Yeah, what a value bet with the 8s against the pair of 6s. Thanks, Twin Guns LLP. Take it easy. Thanks for tuning in, guys. The special live stream brought to you from the Ace8 Club in Taipei. Kitty KUO set this all up. Shout out to Kitty KUO. 3-betting with 8s and taking it down. Always good to have uncontested pots. On Friday this week, Friday the 14th, 6 p.m. on PokerCraft, we have Roger Ver, Bitcoin aficionado, owner of Bitcoin.com. He got in early in the run, guys. He made it. Roger Ver, shout out to him. I've known Roger since I was a teenager. So glad to see that he's doing well. Ace King for Andy and gets caught against aces. This is a very, very sad situation. Ace King blocks aces and kings. For those of you who love the blocker stuff. Do like the check from aces in these polarized boards. You want the other guy to catch up. Andy's not going to bite and just checks it down. Stefan Song asks, Wayne, your opinion, what are the biggest mistakes on the table that serious Recs make that poker pros do not? The very basic mistakes that Recs make are they play too many hands. It's better to play tighter than looser, because when you play loose, you're paying your opponent. You're losing when you miss the flop, and if you hit the flop and you get the flop weaker, you pay off 4 streets or more and lose your stack. So Ryan Fee talked about this too. In general, when people start a new game, they tend to play too loose. The other one's playing out of position. When you're out of position, you don't have as much information, so you want to stay in position. You can tighten up and fold even hands like ace-jack offsuit, ace-10 suited, early position. Or in the blinds, you don't have to play them. You can just give up the blinds. Like big bet games, the blinds are very small relative to the pots. And I know most of you guys are not going to listen to this because I've mentored a lot of people over the decades, and they definitely don't listen. They think they can outplay people. If you outplay people with looser cards, do it on the button or the cutoff. Just stay clear of out of position, and try to have stronger pre-flop hands. By stronger, cards aren't all equal. When they're face down, they're equal, but high cards are better than low cards. Getting caught flush under flush or boat under boat is actually a thing. Batman mixing up early position, suited one gap or raise it up. 4-4 is going to 3-bet. Looks like the table's getting pretty aggressive. They're comfortable with the situation. So what happens in poker in the first couple hours, people play relatively straight and tight. Maybe there's a big bluff, but it's when people kind of lose control of their emotions, take a bad beat, think they can outplay the table, things go wild. Batman flops an 8 ahead of the 4s. This is a problem with low pairs. People can just outflop you with a bigger pair. Batman's going to bet his 2-pair and take it down. Does not want to give a free card for pocket 4s to make a set. Again, for keyboard warriors and chat pros, the camera does not show the entire picture. Like when you're actually there, you see so much more of what's going on. You get like a feel of the energy, your rivalry with your opponent. And for those of you guys tuned in, on Friday, 6 p.m. PST, Roger Ver will be giving away some cryptocurrency free. So tune in 6 p.m. Friday. There's a jack in the big blind. Backdoor, wheel draw, and flush draw. Ace draw, 4, ace 5 of clubs. Checking a check. There's a wheel draw. $6 p.m. Pacific time, Friday the 14th, this Friday. It's not just one giveaway, there are quite a few giveaways. The stream is live, but this was recorded a couple days ago. Allegro 7-5 suited, raising up in the cutoff. Kitty defense, ace deuce suited. Wheel draw for Kitty, and an ace draw, pair of fives. Steeler does have range advantage. C-bet. Looks like Kitty's just going to check call. She has what's known as the wheel, smooth draw, earthy tones, enough kick to win the high and the low. She's going to bet out. Gut shot for 7-5. So don't think he's going to fold. $10K into 16, and wow, there's a raise. Kitty has to know that it's so unlikely that she's against 7-6 or 6-2, so it's a chop or she has the winner. Looks like she calls. Oh, I think the action's wrong. I think it's check to the guy in position. He bets and Kitty check raises. That action sounds a lot more right. I don't think Kitty would bet out making a straight on the turn. I think the bet was 10,000. Kitty 3x raised, and it's going to get a fold. The 7 technically blocks 7-6. So it would have been reasonable to call, thinking that Kitty had, like, you know, one pair hand. But good fold by 7-5. Yes, McPartridge boy. Most of my no limit experience is online, so it is 100 big blinds. There are deep stack games, but and short stack games, I didn't do that much. Live, I definitely prefer 100 or 200 BB. Commerce, the 1020 used to run like up to 7 tables around the clock. Was there in Matrix 1025 for a while. The rest of my no limit was like on Party Poker, Hollywood Poker, Full Tilt, Cake Network. Whoa. Lining it up. Queen 4 suited, raising up. Shout out to Queen Deuce. I do encourage people to play as many games as they can. No Limit, in my opinion, is not the most profitable game in Los Angeles. Many times the Limit Hold'em and the Pot Limit Omaha and even the mixed games are more profitable. But if you're a goat like Garrett and Andy, by all means, crush the No Limits. Or Prahlad Friedman. A lot of people. Art Papazian. People like Danzak, Sean Snyder, Bryce Yockey play all the games. Shout out to Damian Withers. Yeah, I used to play Bay 101 from time to time. In Matrix. Pocket Aces. Andy, not looking for that third 3. I have allergies, so I do not have corona. I do wonder if I don't know. I was feeling pretty overwhelmed during the start of the quarantine, so I do wonder if I did get it, but I really didn't get sick. I do know a few people on my network that did get sick, and they are all okay, to my knowledge. UCLA screenwriting head of the MFA program, Master's of Fine Arts program, Hal Ackerman, did get COVID. He's over 70 years old. He had, some rough symptoms a couple days, and then was okay. Big Al got COVID. Shout out to Dan Abrams, who got COVID in New York. He was a consultant for Live at the Bike. Turned out okay. I do know relatives of friends that also got COVID, so we're going to see a 4-way flop. Queen high looks to be best. Gonna do some shout outs on the chat. This is a live stream, live commentary, but this was recorded a couple days ago. We're gonna try to bring you some more streams from Taiwan. Just smash that thumbs up and hit subscribe. Guys, we're going to be back in a few to try to fix some technical difficulties, so hang in there. If you guys have any questions about poker, I'm almost at year 20 of my professional poker career, so fire any questions. Although technically I'm more of a hobbyist, as Chris Brewer said. I get paid hourly, I win, but I'm not dependent on the income, I guess. Like, I'm more of a entrepreneur now, so I would answer entrepreneurship questions, but I don't exactly have the credibility. I'm still I definitely think that people should start with no limit hold'em because there's so much information out there and it's very easy to catch on, very systematic. You see pre-flop, flop, turn, river. And then if, you feel like you want to play for a living, branch out to a second game. Most people recommend Pot Limit Omaha. I know Joey Ingram, aka Chicago Joey, does. Yeah, another strategy to start out are sit and goes, the single table sit and goes. Again, this is the Ace8 club in Taiwan. There's the lovely Kitty KUO in seat 4, I guess, and handsome man Andy in seat 6. This is eight-handed tournament. Ace10 off. A little loose, but if you can run over the table, it's doable. It's like you're stealing the blinds from early position. You just don't want people after you to call, or people can wake up with a superior hand right after you. Yeah, it's a beginner poker, play tighter than what you are recommended even. Start with the lower limit cash games, I guess. Wow, Andy with the live read for sure. Queen Jack limp, Batman raised. Andy 3-bets with King 3 suited. And Andy's C-bet probably going to take it. Andy, very known for his live reads, capitalizes. No, he's going to check. My bad. A little pot control. Maybe delayed C-bet. Induced bluff. Batman still has 6 outs. He hit 3 9s or 3 8s. Oh, Andy gets bluffed out. Andy, all you need to do is C-bet the flop and you got it. Yes, SS the G. Definitely when you're starting out, play much, much tighter. In fact, you could even just play the top 7 or top 9 hands, like Ace Jack or better, pocket 10s or better, King Queen, and just start like that. Don't slow play. When you have a hand, bet it. Don't worry if it's not optimal. Just get used to when you have a hand, bet it. Yes, I agree with Hold'em 5180. Don't slow play AA if you get it at the lower limits. If they all fold, they didn't have anything. They didn't outplay you. When you have AA, put money in and get paid. Or get drowned out on. Queen 10 off is going to 3-bet here. Looks like a back raise. Batman in position. Ace high, suited ace. Queen 10 flops it, top pair. Kitty has a master's from USC in electrical engineering, so she's probably explaining, voltage equals current times resistance to the table. Tom C. Yes, I've heard of situations where you do fold aces. Like if clearly one player is going to bust and you're on the bubble, technically you're supposed to fold aces. For ICM considerations. I'm gonna tell you right now, if I'm in that situation, I have aces and somebody's gonna bust at the bubble, I'm not folding aces. I'm gonna put my chips in. I don't care. It better be like life-changing money for me to fold aces there. And I will admit on air in interviews in public that it is ICM proper to fold aces in that spot, but I will not. Queen 10 is going to take it. High cards are better. Ben Velez, it's not about the min cash. It's about like risk of ruin of ICM. So if like you're on the bubble, if everyone's on the bubble and two people are moving in and if one person moves in, some person re-raises, and clearly the second player has a strong hand to boss the first player, supposedly you're supposed to fold aces for ICM purposes to not risk ruining, your chances of getting in the money. I'm sure it is mathematically correct. If I'm ever in that situation, unless it's literally life-changing money, I'm not folding aces. I don't care. Ace queen off, raises early. Queen jack calls. These are trouble hands, trap hands. They are medium high cards, but they get dominated. Three bet 9-7 suit on the button. Shout out to Justin C. Alpha Chat Pro. I love the chat pros. Don't think I'm dogging you. Oh, Kitty folds ace queen, as she probably should, even though she got bluffed out this time. Many times, especially in the phase that Taiwan is at, they more likely have you crushed, have ace queen crushed. Hungry Bruce folding a pre-flop. I don't care. Never folding. Yeah, I don't know what circumstance would have to happen for me to fold. Like, I don't know. I'm not doing it. Yeah, Tom C, if you're close to the money and someone shoves and has you covered, if you're on the bubble, maybe you can consider folding aces. Damien, anti-ICM, which shout out to Patrick Kern. He said he's anti-ICM as well. In it to win it. Open-ended for Queen 10. Threes are still good. They are exactly 50-50. Backdoor spade draw for the Queen 10 as well. And the semi-bluff by Queen 10 gets the job done. Andy chip leader with 360,000. Im Byung-jin tournament. This tournament is in Taipei, Taiwan. Once again, this Friday, 6 p.m. PST, I have a special guest, friend and known since I was a teenager, Roger Veer, Bitcoin aficionado. There will be giveaways this Friday. Quite a few giveaways, I might add. All I can say is be fast to get those giveaways. Ben Velez, I don't care if it's four-way, I'm calling him A. I feel you, man. I feel you. That is a circumstance where I'm throwing ICM out the window too. Taiwan's an awesome place to visit. Ace king off and the hijack raised up. Andy with tens and fours with a queen kicker, defending from the big blind. Andy checks. C bet 2,000 into 10K, 10.2K. Sorry. Looks like it would be a 2K bet into 8.2. No, 1.5 into 8.2. And Andy's going to check raise, sensing weakness. It's going to get a call by ace king. Queen 10 probably still good. Andy checks, though. Checked around. Queen 10 is good, as long as Andy doesn't fold. Looks like Andy limps 4-5 small blind against big blind. Ace does not raise. Andy spikes a 5. There's an ace on the river. Shout out to Barry Greenstein. Shout out to the Standard Law Firm, proud sponsor Live at the Bike. Numbers 301-444-4600. Flush draw. This is, you can price these things out. Like, shout out to Upswing Poker. There's like several examples of these kind of boards. There's a double gut shot for Jack 8 suited. And of course you miss because too many outs. We got a 5-way pot. 7 slightly ahead. Go fold. Pocket seven's a small blind. What's up, Detroit Siggy? Detroit Siggy. Tune in 6 p.m. this Friday, PST. Roger Ver is going to be giving away some free goods. Multiple goods. Roger Ver, Bitcoin aficionado. So tune in live at the bike this 6 p.m. Friday. Pacific. This is a tournament. Cash games are illegal in Taiwan. This is the Ace8 club in Taipei, Taiwan. Kitty's going to raise onto the gun with jacks. Two dudes at the same time. Ten-8 suited, 10-4 suited. Not many tens. No more tens. 110. Jack's way ahead. Kitty checks for a club. Checked around. 9 pairs. Full house for Kitty. Nobody really has anything. 10-4 made a pair of fours. Good check by Kitty. She clearly need to induce a bluff or check raise a big flush. Just nobody had it. It's 100% correct play. Thank you guys for tuning in. This is a stream from Taiwan. It was filmed a couple days ago, but I'm here with you live at the bike. What's up, Eric Shun? Pocket queens in the small blind against the cutoff raise. Smaller suited connector possible. The rebet. Bottom pair, backdoor, flush draw, straight draw for the 3 deuce. And queen is going to check. $8.4K bet into about 17.5. A little less than half pot. Queens won't be folding. Not for that. So many hands he can bet. Whoa, he looks like, oh my gosh. Can't fold there, man. Position and aggression, I guess. I'm sorry, Rick Jackson. I talked to Wheeze yesterday and this morning, too. Got some stuff hopefully going on. Yeah, I can't fold queens there. Check fold. If it's like ace king, I don't know, ace king 10, maybe ace king jack. Even then. Got 9s here. And 69 gonna 3-bet. Kitty, let's go of ace 10 suited. Let's see if 9-6 can barrel in position. Probably take it down. He's on tilt from folding the queens. Can 9 says of the situation? Nope. 9 high like a boss. Andy chip leader. Rajic Brown, I mean, there are some live read players that, might fold queens there. I am a little trolling a bit. Like, we're not the ones there, so it's easy for us to say, like, Queens has to think, is he going to face a triple barrel bluff or not? It's just like you have so much showdown. Like, you beat like jacks through 5s, you beat pocket 2s. Like, they literally have to hit a king, in which like a lot of ace X's are raising. So like pure range wise, so it's not a flop you should fold. But You know, what if he did have a king? What if he did have the live read? What if he had a set? Then he looks like a genius. Big Church Boy, should you go with third pair? You could turn those hands into a bluff. I mean, I'm not against that. Like, I know the standard play is checking bottom pair there, but uh, you know, if you could blow them off queens, then you should definitely bet. I don't know what to say. Like, it's not always what, you know, the solver says or what experience says. You have to micromanage for your opponent and the situation. Andy's 4-4 is good. Looks like it's going to be checked down. Pair's hard to make. Yes, I agree with Siggy, but the thing is, like, I mean, all these training sites, solvers, they're in all your personal experience is a good framework to build off of. But you got to figure out what works best for you. Like a lot of stuff you see on Friday games, like, you know, Garrett, Andy, Danzak, they've been playing for like 15 plus years. They've developed their own styles. They may have tendencies to be like either exploitative or GTO or whatever, but for the most part, they figured out a lot of micromanagement on their own. And you just can't teach that. A lot of the training sites are teaching through monologue. It's like going to school, learning about life going through school. Everybody's different too. Everybody is different. Everybody's better at different things. Ace8 off, raising under the gun. We got a call from Ace Deuce off. Sevens right behind. A lot of action. A lot of action. Seven's going to 3-bet. A lot of equity there. This is why you shouldn't be involved with things too loose up front. You 3-bet, and then you're out of position. Wow, 4-bet from Ace Deuce. Oh my gosh, this works. This is just 2 above the rim. This is crazy. This might work. I can't even. This is 2 above the rim. I really hope it works. After all this Hollywood, it's so hard to just like bluff or pretend you have a different hand. This might work. Ace Deuce barrels and just takes it away. Just take your time. Here it is, Ace Deuce. Probably gonna work. Seven's gonna have to hang on a really long time. Oh man, Sevens looks like he's gonna call. He's gonna call. He doesn't believe. Here's the river down and dirty. And Sevens are still good if it can hold on. He gives up. Wow, Sevens, well done. Pocket Sevens. I could not have predicted any of those streets starting pre-flop. Maybe I could have predicted the 3-bet from Pocket Sevens pre-flop. Other than that, I could have not predicted any of the streets. Wild animal. Jack 6 off under the gun. 3-bet from King 10. Game is on. Kitty with ace jack off and hijack has the best of it, but really tough spot. So she 4-bet. She knows what's going on. She's got the live reads. And Kitty's going to take it down. Oh, I don't know. We'll see. I don't think King 10 soon's going to fold, but oh, he does fold. This is poker. Kitty with the live read 4-bet. Women poker players are very good with the live reads when it comes to that. They know when guys are full of crap. They've been getting lied to since a very young age. Batman's going to raise King Jack offsuit. Andy with pocket kings going to 3-bet. No more kings left in the deck. Batman not going to fold. Yeah. Yeah. And King Jack misses. Pocket king's still good. Andy hopes that Batman has a queen, but not today. Checking for a club, and nope. So Andy's going to take it down. Okay. All right. We are back with JJ4D. He took his K9 out. Andy with kings again, this time against ace jack of diamonds. We've seen some wild action here. Yeah, super chat is the $ below, bottom right. Get extra shout outs. Wild animals. First bet's going to take it. And 4 high like a boss. Ace King suited from Taipei Batman. Six four off. Rolling 6-4, calling the cutoff. Ace Queen on the button. Three bets. An 8-handed game. Three bets probably okay in the spot on the button. It's a very large one. He makes 8.5K. Opening raise was 1.7K. Diamond draw for Ace King. 6-4, still ahead. Taipei Batman bombing 17,000. Six four still good. Let's see if Batman's gonna bomb it. It'd be really hard for 6-4 to call.
All right. Can you hear me, Wayne?
I can hear.
Nice. All
But you
right.
don't hear me though. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Just watching a little poker with superstars Andy and Kitty.
Nice. All right. I'm gonna pull up the chat in a second now that I got started up. What's up, everybody? I'm Gigi De La Garza. Happy to be here with you guys. I was at the beach a little earlier today and had some dinner with the wifey. So I noticed, Wayne, that just like on Live at the Bike, Andy has the biggest chip stack, huh?
Yep. He just can't help himself.
So I saw that he's sitting with 383K about chips. How much is
Yeah.
that in Taiwanese dollars?
Well, this is tournaments. Taiwan or cash games are illegal in Taiwan.
Gotcha.
So they're playing a tournament. But the thing is, like, the way that I hear they play tournaments in Taiwan is very similar to cash games.
Gotcha.
And this is the Ace8 club in Taipei, Taiwan. Shout out.
Man, it looks beautiful in there.
Yeah. I wonder if they have prop jobs. And he says the stakes in Taiwan are not as high as the U.S. So
Gotcha.
would probably want the prop job if you're going to play for a living there.
So what are we playing? 8-handed here?
It's 8-handed, yeah. Kitty's in 4, Andy's in 6. What's up, Intramorph?
Nice. And so who are these other players on the show? We got any crazy players on the show? Guys who like to give action?
Ooh, there's been some fairly interesting hands. There was one hand, it was 3-way pre-flop. I predicted probably like one street correctly. And I could see the cards. And I think I predicted one street correctly. Just goes to show you never know what's going to happen. Never know. Pocket 10's 3-betting here. Looks like they're doing chip counts. They might be coloring up. I don't know.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So I know I told you and Brian Arakaki, my special guest this Friday on PokerCraft, Roger Veer. For those of you guys who are familiar with cryptocurrency, Roger Veer is a big Bitcoin aficionado. I've known him since I was a late teenager. I didn't know if he'd come on, podcast. He said he was like super excited, and you could see. And he will be giving away some, some goods that can appreciate or depreciate on Friday.
Nice.
JJ and Brian, I won't take them, but all you guys in the chat, you could snatch up the goods, snatch up the giveaways. 6 p.m. Friday, this Friday, the 14th.
So it looks like they're on break, huh?
I think so. Andy's gonna get some stinky tofu.
What's up, Matt Benjamin? What's up, Damon Withers? I see you in the chat. Intramorph, what up? What's up, JJ and Wayne? Intramorph also said that you're the GOAT, Wayne. So
I learned from you.
Loving your poker craft.
I learned from you. Yeah, they'll be loving PokerCraft if there are more giveaways. This probably won't be the last time there are giveaways, so stay tuned. Especially when the crypto guys come on.
Looks like our video stopped. Huh. We got an extra long pause in the video.
Yeah. When it does that, we just let Brian know. I'll let Brian know.
So are we?
There we are. There he is.
Here we go. Okay. So what you been up to, Wayne?
Just working on Live at the Bike stuff, and Weez and I had a pretty big meeting yesterday. So if that materializes, we'll let everybody know. And just going on, and just like the podcast. Pretty excited for Roger Veer's thing. A lot of the poker crafts I had on recently, like cool ones like Brian Mycon, Ryan Fee. We're gonna open another channel because people have been asking about them, and we don't want to flood the main channel, which is supposed to be poker hands. sick poker hands. Not, my podcast.
What's up, Detroit Sige? What up? So do we know anything about these other players besides the two stars of the show, Andy and Kitty?
I don't know anything.
Gotcha.
I think some of the chat were fans of the dealers.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, is this the same spot where we had the last game at?
No.
Oh, there's a different game. That's why it looks so different.
Yeah.
So they just take their table pretty much and their equipment, or they have their own setup at this casino as well?
I think they have their own setup.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is nice, man. This looks like a VIP room in here.
Yeah. I hear Andy's been partying, or just he's so famous there, like all these guys like take him out to dinner and stuff like that. And he's like, no. And then he has his birthday, so happy birthday to Andy. Yeah.
Oh, I saw he turned 37, right? I saw on Twitter.
No, 21st birthday. Yeah, his first drink of alcohol.
I think it was after 30s when you kind of start forgetting your own age, I think.
Dude, I forgot my age this year. I was like, oh, but
I mean, I've been asked like how old I am, like within the last couple of years, and one time I am 33 now. See, I almost forget. And I remember like a year and a half ago, someone asked me, and I was like, "Oh, I'm 28," and I was like, "Whoa, hold on, I'm sorry, I am 31 years old." Got a little time warped.
Back in my day when I was 31, I was playing with Barry Greenstein. He was 60 something.
Did I ever tell you I played the World Series Tag Team event versus Sasha and Barry Greenstein?
I think you told me, but I don't remember. So please tell the story once again.
Oh, well, I don't know. I was on a tag team with my brother, but pretty much I told him he can free roll. I told him he can have 2% for signing up free roll, but I wanted to play the whole thing since I was out there anyways. So my brother just played like the first two hands, and then I had Sasha at the table for maybe the first couple of orbits before Barry jumped in. And I don't remember the hands, but I remember like she was in a couple tough spots and she dusted off half her stack. And when Barry came, she felt like so bad, and Barry's like, "It's okay, don't worry, blah, 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 it's all good." And then Barry just was in full on grind mode. And Barry ended up lasting longer than me. I think I lasted to like level 10. So the cool thing about that World Series tag team was that there's no breaks. Because you figure that you can text your teammates to jump in. So for me, I didn't really have a teammate because my brother already went back to the place we were staying at. So I would just have to sprint to the restroom and sprint back, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was fun, man. So I think like instead of like, the day being, let's say X, like 12 hours long, but since there was no dinner break or there was no breaks, I think it was like a 9-hour day, which I did not make it that long. So
I've played Sasha in the great game of Pot Lemon Omaha. Barry commented that I'm a different animal now, but Barry commented she wondered who was more aggro, me or Sasha. Me in my heyday were Sasha, and Sasha seemed insulted that anyone can compare to her. But I've gone through many wild animal phases.
So it looks like masks are not mandatory probably in this casino, right?
No. Yeah, I mean COVID's almost completely gone in Taiwan.
Well, it's an island, right? It's kind of like Taiwan. Yeah. So it's kind of like Hawaii too, right? Where they have to be very careful. In the chat knows I love Hawaii, so I look at the numbers and like they're up to like, there's 5 different islands, but last time I looked, they like spiked from like, sometimes 2 to 15 cases a day, and right now they're like at 150 cases. So I'm assuming that, it just goes on visitors, that are coming in, or, I don't know how it could be almost gone. But I know like in Hawaii, there's a 14-day quarantine.
Yeah, there's 14-day quarantine in Taiwan too. Because what happened in like Asia, because they had to deal with SARS, so they had to practice. which was kind of brutal because, this time around they handled it, but like the US didn't take it seriously.
Yeah.
As seriously as Asia did because of SARS. But, there's a lot of politics behind this too. But
SARS
go ahead.
is considered coronavirus 1, right? Because they call coronavirus, they call this coronavirus SARS 2, right? So that's the original SARS, correct?
I don't know the technical names, but it's just a respiratory virus. So like all respiratory viruses are going to be in the same range. We're poker players. We talk about range, the same range of dealing with them, which is like social distancing, masks. Like how long the respiratory viruses stay in the air or on surfaces, or develop immunities. That's going to vary, but generally the way to deal with them is going to be similar.
So here, yes, absolutely. We'll get back to that too. It looks like we have a 3-bet from the small blind, which is like, usually you'll see this with good players. They'll have a 3-bet only range from their small blind. I like it. Looks like we might be a little frozen, but I will personally mix in some flats from the small blind. But versus good players, I like to just have a 3-bet only range, just so my hands aren't as face up. Against like a recreational player or not as strong of a thinker, I figure that they're kind of not going to know my flatting range from the small blind, so I can kind of play a little more, just a little face up. But against a pro, you can't do that because they're going to know your exact ranges when you flat from the small blind. They're going to know that it's a lot of pairs from like 5s through maybe even 10s, right? Because of under the gun raise. And then they're going to know that you're going to have some suited broadways like queen jack suited, stuff like that. So I like that 3-bet with the king queen off. I think you can fold it or 3-bet it. Now, if it was like a complete animal opening from like, middle position or wherever, or even late position, I might, instead of 3-betting and being out of position, I might just flat the king queen and just play a pot, since king queen does have such a good like strength value type hand, especially versus a loose range.
Pocket queens and the cutoff. Pocket queens have been the hand of the night. It's been shown up like so often.
You know how a lot of people complain about queens? I mean, not queens. A lot of people complain about jacks.
Yeah.
I'm surprised people don't complain about queens as much.
I don't complain about any hand. If I have a complaint about a hand, it's ace queen. Ace queen off.
Oh, the parking lot hand.
What? You go to the parking lot after you bust with it?
Yeah, tournaments, the parking lot. Yeah, man, ace queen. I think who's the one who said, I think on High Stakes Poker, Doyle Brunson said that hand has cost him over, like, he said some sort of $2 million or $5 million. Ace queen is a tough hand to play.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have problems with jacks, tens, whatever. It's just like your opponent's range, or you should have an idea of your opponent's range. I think ace queen is just the toughest because it's like you got to decide if you get 3-bet when you have ace queen, you got to decide really early on what you're going to do with it.
So we have a 3-bet from the big blind, which is usually a polarized spot. It looks like the queens are just going to flat. Ace on the board. Queens are going to have to peel 1, I think, depending on sizing. Looks like there's probably about, can't see 21.1K. So he's probably going to fire something like 10K, I would assume. And it looks like that bet does the trick. Queens don't even want to flat. I think in that spot, the big blind is repping pretty much aces and ace king and ace queen, 3-betting the cutoff. So I think when you block ace queen, I think you can call 1 street, I think. And then
they've been playing like pretty fit or fold, but there's not much like hanging on 3 streets and to face triple barrel bluffs, which is probably correct for the environment, like fit or fold, because like, one thing about the big bet game, especially Nolan and Hold'em, like if you're gonna fold on the turn or river, or especially if you're gonna fold on the river, you might as well fold earlier and not like put in extra money.
Well, we have a big hand here, so I think like that makes sense, Wayne. I think like new theory of poker, what solvers have taught us is that you have to be pretty much not necessarily in 3-bet pots as much, but that was a 3-bet pot, but like in single raise pots, you want to be as sticky as possible on the flop. So you mainly want to call almost every pair, right? Because if someone bets something like half pot, you're getting 25% to win, and you're almost getting that with any pair, right? If you have a pair, you're going to turn 2 pair, or you're going to win the hand, something like 20% of the hand of equity, right? We'll get to that after that, because we got a 3-bet, and Andy's got ace king suited, so Andy's probably just going to 4-bet this one.
Andy had ace king against aces earlier, but it was the ragged flop, so he got away pretty cheap.
Wow, and he's just going to put in the flat. He's seen Andy play. He knows that Andy is a beast probably and watches live at the bike. I guarantee it. And figures that Andy's going to be very aggressive. This is a pretty terrible flop for pocket kings, you know, because Andy's 4-betting range is going to consist of aces, kings, queens, some jacks, and some ace kings, right? So
and some queen threes.
Andy, yeah, I think he did have that hand versus Garrett, right, in one of the highlight videos. But
I don't know, like I said in some of my podcasts recently, in the Ryan Fee podcast, like Andy, Jay Rosenkrantz, Garrett, me, and a bunch of we came from the any 2 card generation. So before we could run over people, we will any 2 cards.
So neither player with a diamond, and Andy did go for a 3rd pot size bet. Andy knows that in a 4-bet pot, the ranges are going to look pretty snug, so that his opponent.
We're gonna get back in the mix soon, but yeah, it'll be back up. Next Monday, have Christy Arnett on the pod.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So can they hear us at the moment or no?
They should, yeah.
Okay. So you got Christy Arnett. My brother was such a my older brother George, who lives in San Diego, was such like what would you call it? If he's I guess you still call it a fanboy over Christy Arnett. So.
She's lovely, has swag. I wouldn't blame any guy for being a fan of Christy Arnett.
Lines are 200, 500, 500. Shout out to Verstanden Law Firm, proud sponsor of Live at the Bike. Shout out to Manscaped. Check out the Lawnmower 3.0 as well. Thanks, Mad Benjamin. Mad Benjamin always got us. He said, "We can hear you loud and clear." Thanks, man. So, Wayne, if you were playing in this table, would you be wearing a mask or no mask?
100%. I'm masked everywhere I go, and I'm very sensitive because, like, you know, I know people have parents and grandparents, and it's not the people that I'm directly associating with that I'm too worried, because they're usually like younger people. But I mean, I do worry about them, but it's more the concern of like, dude, I don't want anyone to lose any more people due to this corona. Ace king suited under the gun. Kitty's gonna flat with 5s on the button. Ace queen suited in the big blind. This guy's looking to bump it up, it looks like.
He has a 3-betting face, Wayne. That is a face that a 3-better is about to make. So when you see that face and you're at the table, just know that you're about to get 3-bet.
Yeah.
And it looks like you did sprinkle in the raise here.
Lot of action. Come on, ace queen 5, let's do it. Or not. Still could be some action. That flush draw for ace king of diamonds, and Kitty has the only per.
$30.2K in the pot.
And Kitty pulled her 5s. No! Ace queen suited with the backdoor spade draw. But his hand is like kind of capped off at ace king I, unless he, he's going to give it up.
And it looks like Andy is a chip leader in this tournament.
Professional.
So the percentage of chips, Andy has 29% of the chips in play.
Mm-hmm.
So what you been up to, Wayne? You been mainly staying in?
Yeah, I've been, on the social media planning for a future live of the bike, and it's what keeping busy. Podcast, a lot of the podcasts, like I don't talk to you guys like right before, but I need to focus right before them, like the Roger Veer one.
And Andy tries to steal the blinds with a 10-4.
It's just street, our generation.
So Andy's probably going to go with the small bet here because he's going to just mainly try to bet for protection. He does. It looks like he bets about a 4, 25% of the pot. And he does that mainly to deny hands like this gut shot or even like King Jack, just 2 overs. So this turn we should see a lot of check. It's actually a turn card that Andy's opponent can lead because he's going to have more 7s. But it looks like it's going to go check, and Andy snap checks. Andy just like
no, counterfeit. Let's see if Andy just piles on. Oh no, looks like Jack High is going to value bet Jack High.
Well, he's definitely bluffing there for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely bluffing, but he's bluffing with the best hand.
Andy's still with the chip lead. So what is the winner of the sit and go take, Wayne?
I don't know. We never got the data for that, actually. But we know Andy and we know Kitty, so it's probably no small dollar amount. You probably have to beg Andy to play a 10K tournament. I'm just kidding. Be like, I can make more in cash games.
You see this old gem of a hat I found, Wayne?
What is it? Play like a boss? Oh, yeah. Wow. There's a live of the bike hat.
Yep. So my wife was cleaning out the closet the other day, and she found 2 brand new hats. So I'm assuming that I must have taken them from our live at the bike room to give to somebody. And then I never gave them to him. So now I'm keeping one of them. So if we can figure out who I promised the live at the bike hat to that I never sent it out, or if it was one of the homies like DJ Melody or somebody that I owe a hat, let me know. And I got a brand new live at the bike hat, whoever I promised.
Top 2 bear versus open-ended and a flush draw. Ace8, the wino poker.
Really? I thought that was a Tom's 1.
Well, wino's going to take it over now. We got to rep the live of the bike people. The live of the bike.
I think we should keep it as a Tom's 1.
We're gonna rewrite culture. We're not gonna rewrite culture. Okay. 3 bets from 9-7. Wow, a lot of action.
I mean, what folded? The 8-6?
8-6 check raised and then 9-7 3 bet.
Someone released their cards though when we update on the turn, and I think it was 8-6. Yeah, the 8-6 folded. Full house now. Let's see if he tries to get tricky and check it over and hope that this player has a flush draw and hits the flush on the river. If I was the 9-7, I would probably keep betting, and I would probably bet at like a 30% pot. And that is to keep in straight draws, flush draws, and just in case you cooler the player that has a weaker 9.
Yeah. Like a big mistake is that when someone's going to draw, you make a full house in the turn, then you don't put extra money in when the draw is going to call a little bit. You don't want to get him to fold, but he'll still pay a little bit. And they're drawing dead. Drawing dead and paying you.
I kind of like that.
So you're right, 8-6 did fold, and the turn's a 9. It looks like. So here's the payouts. It's a point system though. I think it's a point system where when you do well in the tournaments, you get points, and then you could trade them in for cash at the cage or whatever podium.
Gotcha. Wayne, I'm not able to see the screen. I just watched it from my iPhone, but I'm going to be on a delay.
What do you see? You have to look at Brian's screen.
There we go. All right. Got 2 9s. Phil Hellmuth's hand that he was known for a little bit.
Who is the most famous 9s hand on live of the bike? Johnson has one. Johnson against Berkey.
Hey, let's get John Sin on the podcast.
Yeah, no, I asked him, but he said he was busy before. Again, I'll ask him again.
Oh, yeah. Well, he definitely busy right now.
Oh, so he's on the list. I just have so many people. Like Prolot's Friedman's supposed to come on soon too.
We got let's get Johnson. We could talk coronavirus with him too, because Johnson had the coronavirus like at the beginning of the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
Got it like
it wasn't the beginning. He had it like a few months in, I think.
Well, he had it before he played on the show. And we were at the show at the beginning of July into June, right? Into June, I think. Probably had it like in May.
Tomorrow we have Jeremy Levin, 6 p.m. Jeremy Levin.
Jay Boogs.
Jay Boogs.
It's a reggae artist named Jay Boog.
There's a professional live at a biker named Jay Boog, aka Jeremy. Jeremy.
You guys want a shout out? Throw your name up there. Me and Wayne will give you a shout out in the chat. If you guys have any questions for Wayne or I, let us know. Looks like Andy is going to open from under the gun, which is 6-handed. So that's basically the low jack with the king deuce suited. And the ace queen of diamonds is definitely going to 3-bet this bad boy. Said, I've seen you play on Live at the Bike. I know that you like to get a little out of line. And my ace queen to me looks something like ace king against the loose man from Los Angeles.
Come on, Andy. 4-bet him. 4-bet him.
It looks like Andy still has most of the chips in play. Kitty has only 10% of the chips in play.
Grind it up, Kitty.
But I believe the blinds were 500, right? So it means Kitty, let's see, Kitty Stack, she still has, how many big blinds is that? Yeah. Like 20 big blinds?
It's like 25.
So, but we know Kitty's going to push fold her stack the best she can here. She knows all these tournament spots more than any of these players at the table, probably. Kitty used to travel around just playing a bunch of tournaments. What's up, Lance Larso? Is here from Canada. Love the stream. Thank you, brother. I've been to Vancouver before. I took a road trip from Los Angeles up to Vancouver when my wife and I think it was summer before we both graduated college. Seems right. And I want to say it was about a 15-day road trip. Stopped in Oregon, stopped at the top of California, stopped in Seattle a couple days, or in Vancouver for a few days, and then back home. Fun. People were so polite in Vancouver. Wayne went a couple times when like me and my wife were pulled over. People would literally like pull up next to us and ask if we needed help, if we knew where we were going. They probably saw the license plate from the United States, and that's how nice people were.
Oh yeah, I heard Canadians are so nice.
Man, someone starts trying to look at you from in the United States or in Los Angeles. They're like trying to ask you something, and you just like don't even look at them. Yeah. You're like looking straight, like you straight up ignore people. You're like, what does this person want? I'm in my car bubble. It looks like we have a 3-bet with the 5-4 of diamonds. Beautiful hand. So we went over this debate a bunch of times, Wayne, and I went over this debate with Gary Reyna and with Ramsey. I think me and Gary Reyna were on the same page. What hand do you like better, 5-4 suited or 6-7 suited, and why?
Do you want me to answer?
Oh yeah, and then I'll tell you which one I like more.
I like 7-6 suited because when 2, 3, 4, 5 comes on board, you snag the ace really hard.
So you said you like 6-7 better?
I like 6-7 better than 4-5.
Because why?
Because if 2, 3, 4, 5 comes on board, or like potential wheel comes on board, you kill the guy with the wheel.
See, okay, I could see where you're going with that, but someone's gonna with the ace, or with the ace as a low straight, someone's always gonna be worried about the 6. So my debate was at first, like back in the day, I would say like 2015, 16, I would always said 6, 7. 6, 7 is the shit, right? But the 5, 4 suited, right? When the board comes out ace, deuce, 3 or ace, deuce, turn 3, and someone has ace, king, or ace, queen, nobody folds aces and no limit hold them, right? Or pocket aces, right? You just like smash somebody when they have an ace and you have the wheel straight.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. I mean, excuse me. Both.
But like I said, I'm not like correct in this. It's just preference on what they're both suited connectors.
They both have different.
They're both great fans. Yeah. So
Kitty's gonna take it down.
The great debate will go on forever.
You know Just Mike, right?
Yes, of course I know Just Mike. That's my homie.
And he flats me with the 4, 5 suited and ace, 2, 3.
And what did you have?
Ace king, obviously.
And
I could have said aces too. It was here.
And how many?
Just take it.
How much chips did he extract from you? The whole stack?
The whole stack. Just take it. Just take it.
See, Wayne, this is what I'm telling you. It's all about the 4, 5 suited. That's why when you 3-bet even 4, 5 suited, or you call 3-bet in position with 4, 5 suited, and it's like if there's an ace on board and you turn that wheel or you river that wheel, just like how Just Mike got you. That's why the 4, 5 suited. What jersey number did Michael Jordan come back with? He didn't come back with 67.
He came back with the 4. He was wearing the 4, 5. It ain't to play games with you.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, though.
He's a wizard. Right? He's a wizard.
Jordan knew because you know why Jordan knew? Because Jordan's a gambler.
He knows the baccarat.
A little bit of a DJ, but he was a gambler man. He knew the 4, 5 suited. I bet you when he was on the plains, they used to like to play blackjack and poker. He knew about the 4, 5. I bet you he won a huge pot with 4, 5 of hearts. Chicago Bulls, or maybe 4, 5 of diamonds. Red, boom. Coming back 4, 5.
Pocket 6.
Anyways, we got pocket 6. I think I just out-debated you on that one, Wayne. I think I sold you when you thought about that Just Mike hand.
I mean, I like them both. Like, dude, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5 jack. I remember you. Dude, I think you were there when Nelson came up, and he came up to me. He's like, 2, 3 suited, eh? Favorite hand, eh? Queen 8 off, favorite hand, eh? I'm like, dude, I don't remember what I bad beat you with. Come on, man. I only remember when I get bad beat.
And it looks like the Sixers are still in the lead. Whoa! Sixers are not. Sorry, Sixers are not in the lead. We got Ace 6 in the lead, and it looks like it went bet and an all in.
They were in the lead betting.
And I think, like, if you're the Sixes here, I think it is on the 8-5 suitor. If you're the Sixes here, like, you pretty much bet the flop to defend equity of, like, Queen Jack and King Queen and Jack 10, right? So I think the 8-5 of diamonds called it off.
Whoa, that's a good card for sixes there. Here's the river, down and dirty. Flush draw, straight draw, set draw. I think we froze.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a hand. Where's the river? Oh, the hand.
So we freeze. Does the stream freeze as well?
No, the stream's still going. It's just we can't see it smoothly on our end.
So what is this? Just a Discord malfunction?
We don't know. Oh, their video. Okay. Apologies, guys. Apologies. Well, this was a brutal hand to freeze. This was actually exciting. So, like we talked about a couple weeks ago, I watched Last Dance with Michael Jordan.
I think I want to say on the YouTube channel, they're waiting for the river as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. So when I first started watching, it was the Verstandic ad, and now it's the Manscaped ad. Oh, they're switching. Sweet. Oh, I missed what happened. Oh, the river was a 9. And the Ace8 scoops. There's Kitty KUO.
Dude, she's buff, man. She keeps, like, when I talk to her, whatever, she's always like, oh, I got to train. I got to work out. I'm like, oh, I took a walk around the block.
So, Kitty's husband still is in the States, right? He didn't go to Taiwan?
Yeah. He's still in the States.
Run Good Russell?
Russell Thomas. I talked to him a couple days ago, too.
Run Good Russell, I think, on Twitter, right?
Yeah. RGR. Roger. Open-ended, open-ended.
And this should be just a takedown by the King Jack. Let's see if King Jack just calls or if he puts in the raise with open-ended. And he does flatting. Easy peasy. Interesting body language by him, though. Well, and he checks it back. How tricky was that? He must know his opponent's pretty aggressive.
These guys like spam aggression, like rando aggression. So wow.
He's gonna check it over one more time. Go check.
Good move. He wasn't gonna get called, so might as well try to induce a bluff.
I've been doing a lot of trapping online, Wayne.
How you doing online?
Rivers, because on the river, dude, people online, I feel like they like to bluff more rivers.
Oh yeah,
especially the recreational players, because they just are like, whatever, I can't win this hand. What am I gonna do? They just bomb. You know, the hand doesn't make sense. You just call. So like, you have strong hands. I think that's like a good exploit. And I mean, I'm not for certain because I don't use a HUD. But it just feels right. Like if I have a monster hand and some draws brick, and I already know this recreational player or rec is in the hand, I'll just check a lot of rivers to them because they like to bomb. Whereas the pros kind of will know, like, I have this removal, so this isn't the best bluff candidate, or they can be more selective with their bluffs. It's easy. Like, live is like when someone has a lot of chips in front of them and they know they should bluff or whatever. Sometimes they won't fire the bluff. But online, when it's just one click away, they'll just click it. It's almost like buying something off Amazon or buying something in the mall, right?
Yeah, I mean, like,
online. They're just gonna click.
Live and online are so different. I'm just like, I'm a lot more. I've had more experience online with No Limit, so I'm very, very comfortable. Which, you know, I recorded some global stuff for the livethebike.com archives. There was a question earlier. They were asking, in cash games, do you like min raising or 3x? And I gave my answer. My answer was, like, on global, I saw it, like, you know, 510 people were 2.2x to open. 3 bets were like 2.5x. I told them, like, the post flop's so much more important. It's like, yeah, you want to set stuff up to favor whatever you're trying to do post flop, but really, like, if you're 2.2, 2.5, or even 3x, I don't think it's that big of a. I think they're bigger issues in your game that you develop. If they're gonna pay 5x or 8x or 10x and you have a premium, make it 10x. Screw 2x, screw 2.2, screw 3x.
It's a little bit tougher to track that online though, but live you already know that someone's thresholds of like calling something pre-flop by looking at them, they want to call more.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Wayne? What's something that you like to like shop for in person and online? Or like, what's something that you buy all the time? That's more of like a luxury.
Oh, you mean like material goods?
Sure.
I have a small weakness for food. Like, you know, Shinsengumi, I love that place. Or Duck House, I brought you to Duck House, and Brian Arakaki. So, like, some of the foods I really like, I'll just really spend. I'm not that much of a material person. Like, we talked about this. Like, even when I was like super flush, like, I didn't spend that much. I didn't go crazy with, like, you know, cars or whatever. I mean, I'm definitely on the lower end of spending for a poker player.
Sure. Are you more likely to spend some cash, like on some shoes in person or online?
Online, more likely.
Right? Because it's just a click of the button, correct? Instead of like you got to pull out the cash out of the wallet, etc. I think that's the same thing with like people bluffing online. Like, it's the click of a button. It's so easy to do. Whereas like live, it's a little bit tougher to pull the trigger, you know, and have your opponent just face you in the eyes, right?
I agree. That's always been the case, which is the other thing too, which like Andy and Garrett are so good for live, is just like they play the patience game and just like pounce. You know, like I could do it when I'm attentive, but, and I talked to this with Andy as well. Like, when I want to go back to big bet games, like, I'm very happy to, especially if it's shorthanded and aggro, but like, I just don't have the endurance anymore. I'm like too old. Like, you can only be like attentive to big bet games for like X time, and then your body just like wears down. It's like the river is just so important. Turn important, but river very important for big bet games. We're back.
All right, guys, and most of you guys know, the 700 people in the chat, I usually have a balanced strategy in my game, in my commentating game. So if these players are doing a lot of talking, I'll stay quiet. And if these players are quiet or in a different language and or muted, I will be doing a lot of talking, and that is why myself and Wayne are doing a lot of talking. As an exploit commentary game, it's in my arsenal to either stay very quiet or to talk a bunch. So today I get a rock, talk a bunch, give shout outs, read questions, whatever you guys want. And here are the chip counts. Andy with 30% of the chips. What's up, Jonathan Guarva Soto? Yo hablo español, which means I speak Spanish. Poquito. Henry Shaw said, hello from NYC. Love your live streams. Thank you very much, man. We're happy to still bring you guys some content during this pandemic. Can't wait to get out there on High Stake Fridays and commentate with you guys once again. On my end, but I'm looking at the YouTube and it's fine. Spencer Behrens, hopefully I said that correctly, says, do you ever play on stream? At the Bicycle Casino, yes, I've played on stream, maybe like once every couple months or so. There's a cool YouTube clip if you're interested on seeing me play. There was 3 consecutive hands that I played, and those hands were pretty insane action. So the first hand I bluffed. The second hand I got paid by like Jack high, and the third hand I got a full house to fold the exact same full house as my hand. So I free rolled and he folded. And it's on our YouTube channel. I forget I think it's like 3 hands that you won't believe in poker. So that was a cool clip of 3 insane hands that I was lucky to be a part of. And crazy thing is I was losing a couple of thousand on the stream and ended up booking a win on the stream because of those 3 hands. Brandon F said, I almost got him when I was talking about a balanced strategy that he thought it was going to be a Manscaped ad. Hey, man. Yeah, correct. And I notice I'm not on the bottom of the screen, so something's kind of like all of our screens maybe together. Okay, that's fine. Can they hear me talk right now, or should I stay quiet? Okay. David Carl says there should be a chip penalty. All fun, man. It's part of the game. I mean, it's tilting and irritating when you're the person who does get Hollywooded, but I think it's fine. Yeah, it's actually giving you information. Like most of the time, someone when they Hollywood the river and then raise, they got it. So it's actually them giving you a ton of information, right? Shout out to Eddie Ho. Yep. Thanks for jumping in the chat and helping fellow people in the chat.
The studio buys it for $500,000. I get $500,000. Yeah, that's why Hollywood one of the better things to go. Probability because everything's open. Yeah, so why you need domain expertise.
Farhat asked why the two guys, I guess you're trying to say, why is the two guys not wearing masks at the table? I guess it's not mandatory in Taiwan since they have minimal cases. If someone wants to put in Google for me how many coronavirus cases they currently have, I believe it's probably like 1 to 4-ish or less. So I guess since they feel like they got a good handle on the coronavirus, the players that are wearing masks are just being a little preemptive at this point.
Hollywood's in it's like 25 minutes away. I don't feel I'm more is the wrong thing. What the fight?
And it looks like we have a limp with the Queen 7 of diamonds. Yeah. Okay. I texted him to mute. So it looks like there's a flush draw with the Queen 7 diamonds versus Andy's 4-2 of diamonds. Andy does have the best hand. And then the turn went check, check. And Andy checks the river with a pair. And this line actually does make sense. Andy having diamonds, it's less likely that his opponent is bluffing. His player can have a 10 that he might have bet on the flop and now hit it. But it is pretty suspect. Andy does beat a bunch of combos of King Jack. And beats a bunch of combos of Queen Jack. So Andy knows that if there's all the offsuit combos, that's 32 combos, and Andy's going to pay it off because Andy is a boss. Andy is such a boss. Pays it off with a pair of fours, which is essentially third pair. Don't try that at home, kids. Boys and girls, don't try that at home. You're going to pay it off, and they're always going to have it there. And Andy opened up his game, called with the four deuce from the small blind. Gonna bump up with the button. This is more standard open here. The jack six. Four deuce was a pretty out of line, but Andy managed to pull it off. Andy with the trip sixes. He's gonna bet near pot or raise near pot size to 11.5K. And the jack deuce didn't want to give it up right away. Oh, I was gonna say if Andy was gonna go for the trifecta and win three hands in a row, but the queen five was too bad.
Outplay him this hand right now.
There's some pretty good holdings pre-flop, man. The 2-8s and the 9-10 suited.
The Snowman, shout out to you. Your favorite hand.
It's like we got a 3-bet in progress. That's definitely one way to play the 8s is a 3-bet. Solvers would say on the button it should be a mixed strategy between 3-betting and flatting, probably about 50% of the time. So if you're coin flipping, if you're looking at the random number generating and looking at the clock, odd minute you can 3-bet it. If it's an even minute, you just flat it. Or maybe he just knows his opponent is opening too wide and wanted to take advantage with the 2-8s for some value and a C3, the flop in position. And the 8s have a very good board besides an 8, no overs. And it's just going to bet and take down the pot. What's up, David Carl? Here are the chip counts. Andy's still with all the chips, pretty much 31% of the chips. Kitty still with 10% of the chips. Come on, Kitty, let's make some progress in the green direction and gather some chips here. We got Kitty KUO in the building. Got Andy in the building, straight from Taiwan. We got D22 So in the building, straight from Monterey Park.
The 626.
Seems like this guy in the yellow shirt's been playing pretty snug.
Yeah.
And I say that because it's not like I have a HUD on him or anything. It's just I feel like I haven't really commented on too many hands that he's in. So Wayne, can you tell me their names because it's their names are in Taiwanese?
No, I can only read some words in there.
Gotcha.
Throwing me under the bus here.
Well, I guess when I'm commentating a hand, I would just say yellow shirt.
I just say their hands. I've just been saying their hands.
Seat number?
Well, their hands, like the 5 deuce raises.
Oh, that seems more GTO than what I was about to do. Shirt, gray shirt.
The Nike, the polo.
Yeah. Skechers. And the 5 deuce turns a straight draw and a flush draw. Kitty with squad deuce. And Kitty's going to lead. And Kitty leads this. Oh, he doesn't have a. Okay, that's a 5 of diamonds. Sorry. Did have an open-ended straight draw, though. And Kitty's going to lead because Kitty has a good range advantage on that board, a low to mid connecting board. Kitty is playing a very high theory based, you can tell. It doesn't really matter the cards in her hand. She's playing range versus range all day. Thank you guys for enjoying your Wednesday night with Wayne and I. Sorry I got in the mix late. I already had a date planned out with the wifey. I was at the beach earlier. Looks like Andy went a little wild at 7 deuce and got Kitty to fold. Yep, I had a little date at the dog beach with my wife and my doggy, and then after we stopped at one of our favorite Mediterranean restaurants in Huntington Beach, and we ate outside and made it back home safe and sound. I feel like Wayne in California and Los Angeles, we're peaking pretty hard in cases. And man, my wife still wants to get out of the house. I'm just like, all right, let's go. I don't mind going to the beach though, because obviously I'm going to be social distance. We're outside. Paddle boarding is fine, although we didn't go paddle boarding today. But, I'm like, man, I could play poker at home. Like, do I really need to leave the house at all, baby? I can commentate from home. Do I really got to leave the house? I got 2 cards, on multiple screens. It's even better than being in the casino at times. I could play 5 tables at one time, collecting all the money. All right, Andy's in a hand, so. Wayne, I broke it down earlier to our audience, and they said I kind of fooled them with they thought a commercial was coming. Andy's going to check this flop, and he's going to check again. And he's going to get the pocket. He's going to get the ace to bet here and release the 3s. I was saying while you were gone that I have a balanced strategy in my poker game and in my commentary game. So if these players are doing a lot of talking, I will stay quiet. And if they are quiet and or muted and or talking in a different language, I will be doing a ton of talking as an exploit for them. So I'm doing
Exploit.
I'm doing a very exploitive strategy today, since the stream is muted and we wouldn't be able to understand. Well, Wayne would be able to understand, but the majority of us would not be able to understand the language barrier. I will be exploiting all night and just firing away with commentary.
Ace and a king.
I like that hand.
I do too. I don't like, you know how people say they complain about jacks and ace king? I never complain. Never, ever. I love those hands.
Kitty's
I
three.
love most poker hands, honestly. Give me the 7 deuce. Like, I'll go to town with it.
Kitty's putting in the 3-bet. Oh, it looks like we're going to go 3 ways, because the king 10 looks like it's not ready to release. Oh, they're
they bluffed you. No, they balk me. I'm just like, you know.
That's what they were saying in the chat, that there's a lot of Hollywooding going on.
Yeah, it's true.
So,
I called out some people wrong for sure.
So this is
not traditional American tells.
This is definitely going to be a board where Kitty's going to probably fire about a third to a fourth pot size bet. She's going to be repping an ace, and she's got some good backdoor equity.
Dojon.
She gets off the hook very easy in this spot, because this might have been a spot where Kitty might fire 3 barrels if the turn is a heart, and then she feels like she has good removal for ace king and ace jack. I think king queen would be the triple barrel off there of hearts if she turned heart equity, because she blocks ace king and ace queen there. But ace king check raises and lets Kitty off the hook a little light there. Shout out to the 700 viewers.
Shout out.
Shout out. If you want to shout out and or have a question for Wayne or I, throw it in the mix.
Kitty with the ace jack off and the hijack raised up. And it's that time of the night. Wild thing. And there's that jack. So this is why playing loose out of position, if you flop the wrong card, you can be paying a lot. 2K into 9.5 check raise. Kitty's not going to let this one down. That ace kicker can't be counterfeited, so Kitty's wondering what's going on.
Yeah, it's a bad bluff card for the jack 6, but maybe it was more of a deny equity type bet.
Wow. This is not that easy. I don't think Kitty should fold, obviously, but like it's so easy for us to, see. It's harder for us to face. And this is, again, weak hands out of position. Like, you just get yourself dominated. He blast off 4 bets post flop when fold pre would save all that. Or when you 3-bet it pre and then barrel get called, you're like, oh, I'm so unlucky. How does the jack come? I was joking about that with Chris Brewer.
Madigan asks, when is a good guesstimation if you want to throw it out there, Wayne? You don't have to. When the bike might reopen.
I haven't heard much, so I don't want to comment. I'd probably say, I don't know. I don't even want to comment.
Well, I'm going to. Can I just throw it out there? Can I guess?
Sure.
I'm going to say October because October is my favorite month. I was born in October. I got married in October, and me and my wife love Halloween. So I would love for the casino to open in October, but that's just because I love the month, not that I have any secret knowledge.
I would hope so, but sooner the better. But yeah, we got to be safe, guys.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's crazy, man. Jojo asks if this is live. It's on a delay of something like 12 to 14 hours because in Taiwan, when this was filmed, if we showed it live, it would have been like at 1, 2 in the morning. So we're on just like maybe like a 10-hour delay for this stream. Damian Wither says his birthday is in October too. Yup. Libras, baby.
Libra is Facebook's cryptocurrency.
Kitty's gonna be doing some 3-betting. Nope. It looks like the Queen 4 of Diamonds did the 3-betting. And
These guys are
hot.
opening up.
We got to get this guy live at the bike. He's a beast. He's almost in every hand. I've commentated on a bunch of hands of his. He's definitely in the mix and ready to play some no limit Texas Hold'em. Nick asked, "What's the payouts?" I think Wayne said before that it's a massive buy-in. We don't want to disclose.
It's a point system. It's a point system. I just got a message that so basically wherever you finish, like you accumulate points and then you can cash out.
Okay. Sure. Ace King is gonna bump it up. Whoa, and it looks like the 7 deuce is gonna 3-bet, which is the guy who just 3-bet with the Queen 4 of Diamonds. And I guess the cameraman just really wants the audience to get a good glimpse of Kitty KUO. The Ace King goes all in. And now the 7 deuce is in a world of hurt here.
107. Okay, definitely don't have odds to call. Damian Withers, if you're a winning player in ACR, that's quite an accomplishment in 2020. Not going to lie.
And out goes the 7 deuce. So I got one of these, Wayne, online. My wife bought it, but I use it 24/7. It has like some hot, like little rocks inside of it, and you warm it up in the microwave for like a minute and a half to 2 minutes, and it's super warm, and it just like relieves all the tension in your neck or your shoulder. So sometimes when I play poker, I'll sit with it like this, and I'll like lean one shoulder that's tight on it, or I'll reverse it or just leave it on my neck. Feels so good, dude, because as poker players, we carry all the tension right there in our neck and our shoulders.
Yeah.
Your kitty, she's trying to take a selfie in the middle of the hand. Kitty, pay attention to the hand, kitty. Get off your phone.
Oh, good luck telling her to get off her phone.
Oh, and that selfie's probably up on Instagram and Twitter right now.
You know her too well.
I think I just got Kitty's passcode for her phone.
Is it LATB?
I don't want to tell you, but I think I just saw the number she clicked right now. Got it.
Jeez.
Andy's still the chip leader. He's gonna probably go C bet and a fold, snap fold by Andy with 4th pair. And Andy wasted no time. I love the way Andy plays.
Yeah.
If everyone played like Andy, we'd probably get like an extra 10 hands an hour on live at the I mean, not 10 hands an hour, like extra 10 hands a show, at least. Because we average at about 25 hands a show. I mean, an hour on the show. So, like, that's in a 5-hour show, that's like 125 hands. So I'm assuming that you get like at least an extra 3 hands an hour, probably. You know, so you get like 15 more hands throughout a show.
Did you see Marley's latest video?
No.
Pretty funny. She was talking about why she loves being a professional poker player.
Oh yeah.
And the highlight is because if you're a professional poker player, you are automatically knowledgeable at every subject and you talk about it on Twitter.
I think I saw her putting that on her Instagram a while ago. And then I guess she just made that idea into a vlog.
Yeah. Or a YouTube style video.
I wonder, Wayne, when we get back in the mix, if we should do like, I don't know if Garrett would be down for it, but like a heads up challenge. And just like every Saturday for the first month we're back, see who wants to take on Garrett in heads up matches. I mean, it's safe for the players. Obviously, there's only going to be 2 players at the table, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that might be a pretty cool idea.
It'd have to be large enough. But dude, Barry Woods is like, he's willing to play Doug Polk. I don't know if he's willing to play Garrett.
One thing is like, I think, what did they play when you did the heads up, right? Between them, what were they playing? 51-1 or 25-50-50?
We started 10-25. Both Barry Woods and I both started against Doug 10-25. And then Barry Woods upped it to 25-50, I think.
Gotcha. Yeah, because you're right. Garrett's going to want to play, if he's going to play heads up.
Garrett's going to want to play big. And just like, it's not even the money that matters to Barry Woods. It's just like, you know, at the table, Doug's friendlier. Or I'm less intimidated by Doug, I guess. I don't know. I haven't played against Garrett for a very long time, but the most terrified I've ever been was against Antonio Svendiari. I was a much worse player then, but like, dude, that guy just like plays with you like you're a mouse and he's a cat. He just like stares at you, shuffles his chips, just like says a couple words, and I'm just like, I don't even know what to say, man.
So you're saying Antonio Esfandiari is the best poker player then? Since you feared him the most?
Against me. Like, everybody's different. Like, some people do better against other people. Like I said, this, like, clearly Sean Snyder has, like, he doesn't like hold over me per se, but he's definitely outplayed me more than I've outplayed him, regardless of the cards. Like, you can hold over people with cards, but like strategically, you know, I don't know. It stings when people outplay me. You know, I just remember.
So what
like,
makes Antonio Esfandiari the toughest player? Just so people at home, if they want to, you know, start trying to.
So I was only in like year 1 in my no limit career. So this was like 2003, I think, or 2004, somewhere around there. What's scary about Antonio Svendiari is just like, after you bet, he's just gonna take his time, probably around like 45 seconds, maybe a minute. He just like looks at you, says a couple words, like, what do you got? Like, and then just do like, let me try to think of what he would say. He's like, if there's 3 diamonds on board, he'll just be like, how many diamonds do you have in your hand? And just like, I'm like a deer in headlights, and I just like freeze. And I'm trying to think of like a good thing to say, and just like, I just can't.
Yeah, why would you say anything though?
I mean, I don't know. He just has this way that like pressures you into like talking, or I can be still, like whatever. I mean, I've been still against him too. I don't know. I guess he's always been like, him and Phil Locke have always been nice to me at the tables. So we'll talk about it after this hand. But these guys seem to 3-bet like 3.5 to 4x. That's like their move.
Well, Kitty probably just knows that these players are just not folding a 3-bet, so she's gonna bulk it up a little bit.
Right. Exactly. So that answers the chat's question where if you could get away with 4x, you can get away with 6x for value. Just do it. It's not always like memorizing, what the training sites say. So yeah, like one time at Bellagio, 1020, Philok and Antonio Esfandiari are both there. I believe there was a circumstance where the third flush card came on the turn, and I bet out. That's like a third diamond came on the turn. I bet out, and then like Antonio Esfandiari just like stares at me. He's just like, "What do you have? How many diamonds do you have in your hand?" And I don't remember what I did, but just like his words like freeze me. And I don't think I had a flush. And then he raised me. And that just like that whole sequence of events, like it just threw me off guard because nobody else dealt with me like that.
So he owned you.
He owned me. I don't know what he had. I think I folded the turn, but I just like, it's not even like, it's just like a psychological factor. I was like, I don't know what the hell's going on. He seems to have a better grip of what's going on in this human relation than I do.
So I have a question for you. Was this pre-high stakes poker or after high stakes poker?
I don't know. I played with him before he was on TV. I don't remember.
Because I'm thinking if it was after high stakes poker, maybe you just kind of leveled yourself because he's like, was on high stakes.
I think it was before. I think it was after he was on like WSOP, WPTs, but before high stakes poker.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I remember playing with him and then seeing him on TV, and I think I played with him at Bellagio, 1020, that era, and then he was on high stakes poker. Dude, those guys like crushed it back then. Like I was winning, they were winning.
Ace king with the 3-bet. Whoa, the queen 10 is in the mix. The queen 10 straight up just re-raised the ace king. This is a insane play here. I could see if queen 10 did this at a small frequency with just like a heart in his hand. To at least like
He's got a heart right here.
That's true. He's got it in his chest. But this is just not gonna work.
You and Jason Les said that against me when I was playing Doug Polk Heads Up.
Or you did something out of the box and we're like, Wayne should do this with some backdoor equity type of thing?
No, I had a heart in my hand, and I think there were 3 hearts on the board. So I semi-bluffed, and then Jason Les was like, he's got a heart in his hand and one in his chest.
Nice. Yeah, I remember that actually. Funny. And the ace king is going to 3-bet the flop. Wow. I was going to say, I wonder which line he's going to take if he 3-bets the flop here, because the queen 10 is repping so little. He's basically repping like ace queen, 9s, 3s, ace 9, ace 3, and flush draws.
Hard draw. Yeah.
Yeah, and like ace king is
4 or 5 of hearts.
And it has like removal to ace 9, right? And ace 3. Just have some good blocking equity, even though it's like a bomb hand too. So you guys get to hear how my brain thinks in poker, because on Fridays, a lot of the times I like to give the platform to our Friday players. And the table talk is so good when you have Garrett in there and
whoever else is in the mix, Julie or Chris Brewer,
Nick Ratucci
as well. So the table talk is so good, so I just let it flow. Look at this Jack Deuce all-in ball. Andy bumps it in. Bumps it up. And the Jack Deuce is just going to rip. And Andy's going to call it off, it looks like. $80 bigs, that's still a lot of big blinds. We're trying to figure out the action with you guys, so maybe he wasn't all in and we're seeing a flop.
Andy 60-40. There's 3 spades on the flop, I think. Oh no, I think on the flop there were 50-50 because Andy has 2 overcards in the flush draw.
And there's each draw.
Andy doing some math in case he has like a pair higher than 7s. He has aces. I think Andy can eliminate a set.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost on the action at the moment. I think the action on the left is probably not correct.
Yeah, I think it's not correct.
I also wonder if Andy check raised him all in on the flop because Andy never takes this long to think anyways, right? So
yeah. Especially now with like something like this. Default. Oh, Andy was the one to ship.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure that the action Andy check raised all in.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, and he was waiting for the other guy to respond. That makes more sense.
Yeah, because Andy's never tanking that long to act. Like even when he had the biggest hand in Live at the Bike history, he was playing that shit like rapid fire.
Right. Actually, this setup that we see right here is like the Bellagio setup, the way it used to be. Like this is the upper section of Bellagio, and then the lower section is the smaller games.
Oh, that's right, with like the glass there too.
Yeah, the stairs. The blue door is where the upstairs goes, and then this is the first high stakes table, which is next to the side, and then the bathrooms. That's like frequently where the 10-20 no limit was, and sometimes bigger back in the day. I don't know what it's like now. Now it's like I hear it's like all mixed games and very occasionally no limit.
So Ghost of GG, Nick, Faman, Sean Vu, close to GG, Joseph Wash, Roger Foz, Paul Wong. What's up, Damien? Thank you guys for watching some live at the bike.
I think the difference between Phil Locke and Antonio Svendiari is like Phil Locke with all his table talk, I'm trying to figure out what he has. Whereas like Antonio Svendiari, I'm playing like his game. That's what I felt like. I don't know. I'm more experienced now, so I think things would be different now. But I actually chatted with him about his Helmuth versus his heads up game versus Helmuth.
What did he say?
He was fairly unhappy with some of his plays, and yeah, to be expected. Actually, let me pull it up. Let me see what I can reveal.
And he lives in Vegas, huh?
I don't want to say.
Because if he lives half the time in LA and half the time in Vegas, which might be right, we should got to get him on the show more often, man.
He told me his rules are 3 rec 7 max, so it's tough. And I've definitely hit him up a couple times, and he's not always around. So
that seems kind of like every live at the Bike Friday, though, for the most part, besides like the hugest games.
Yeah, I mean, I've hit him up several times. He's not always in town, so.
Mr. Cute Stuff says, wait, is this live commentary right now? Absolutely, bro.
Absolutely.
I guess they must have seat changed our kitty, huh?
I guess so.
Kitty KUO.
He told me he played 2 hands bad. I complimented him value betting AQ versus J8. Helmuth had like a pair of, I don't remember, a pair of jacks, I think, and Antonio had ace queen on a king queen high board, king queen jack. And then he talked to me about some of his bluffs when he got bluffed.
To Edward, he said, Andy, my boy, let's go.
Mr. Q Stuff says JJ is Bay. Ooh, mystery hand.
Let's see if you could figure it out, okay, Wayne?
No 8. I'm saying I don't think he has an 8.
Okay, he raised it up into 3 players.
2 players.
Well, yeah, 3 total. So yes, 2 players. Well, the
Uh-oh.
Ace8 heals and is going to be in a little trouble now.
He's got pocket tooth. No, wait, pocket tooth.
Oh, he
Nope,
checked
check.
back. So no 8. So he
No, wait, no.
he didn't raise pre-flop. Remember that. So he's essentially saying now that he checked. I mean, what is he saying? He has something like pocket 7s,
10s. Wow.
10s. Okay. Hey, I was pretty close, right? Kinda.
Yeah.
In the ballpark. We're in the ballpark here, Wayne. That's all that matters.
I have a couple people's contacts. Like, if appropriate, they're going to come on the podcast too. I got Sean Deeb in the mix.
Nice. You just reached out to him through social media?
I've been talking with some people, like, and then I just throw it out there. I'm like, hey, you want to come on? And they're like, a lot of really big names are just like, not yet, but they'll be happy to. David Baker's on, Jesse Martin, Prahlad, Johnny Chan. Yeah, a lot of people when they're ready. I even got a maybe from Brian Kim. That was pretty surprising.
Really?
Yeah.
Brian Kim has been regarded as the top player in Los Angeles for a very long time. Probably since at least 2015. Right? Is my time frame correct, Wayne?
It's about right, yeah.
So everyone is always saying there's 3 names that I would hear, 3 of the top 5 names. Garrett, Brian Kim, and Neil. Neil's also played on High Stakes Friday as well.
Neil's a monster.
Yeah, he's on to solvers like Dan Zach, but probably I mean, Dan Zach probably say the same thing. Neil's probably better than Dan Zach at No Limit because that's all that Neil plays pretty much. Dan Zach plays all the games. It's hard to, even though Dan Zach is a wizard in No Limit compared to the field, but when you go to the top notch, it's like whoever is studying the most
Specialized. Yeah.
At that variant is just going to be the strongest player. And I heard this guy Neil, which I played some 5-10 with him actually. And a little 10-20 actually too.
Neil's scary. Like, I've definitely played a few sessions with them. I tend to like playing shorthanded. Neil definitely makes it very, very tough shorthanded.
I mean, why would you play shorthanded with Neil in the game if it's like 3 or 4-handed? Like the spots in the game better be really juicy at that point.
Yeah, I mean, in recent years, I'm only playing like bigger No Limit if it's shorthanded. I'm just not going to play ring. There was one time in the last couple of, I think it was like 3 years ago, I was at the other casino and Neil and 2 other people were in, and I just sat, and Neil definitely made it difficult, so to say. He's one of the few people that I'm just like, F this. I'm out. I don't want to play. And he's one of those rough ones too. There was like a 5-10 running like a couple of years ago, and I'm just like, yeah. The easy money's definitely over.
Oh, the good old days when we used to play at a casino in California, Wayne. The good old the pre-mask days. I wonder if that's going to go in the history books of the United States.
Oh, definitely, for sure. Oh, I mean,
I'm talking about like pre and post. Like the mask day. March 17th, the day that we began to wear masks in the United States. Pre-mask day and post-mask day.
So is Andy check calls, jacks. The guy folded queens earlier. It was like king 3-4 and just like check folded queens.
Yeah, I saw the one. It was an ace high board.
No. That was even before you came.
Oh wow.
Like somebody 3-bet queens from the small blind, and then it was like king 3-4. I just like check folded, and the guy didn't have it.
Well, yeah, if he had it, then we wouldn't talk about it. And you'd be like, yeah, you probably wouldn't even think about it. You'd be like, oh, that was a pretty sick fold. But when they don't have it, it's like, ace on the river, Greenstein style.
No, ace was on the turn. I think the graphics were wrong.
Change it.
I think I saw the board. The ace was on the turn.
Well, that's pretty interesting though. If the ace is on turn, because
maybe I saw it wrong. I'm not sure. I don't want to. I thought I saw the ace on the turn.
I thought I did as well, but that means Andy turned his jacks into a bluff and it's just turning them into a low end gut shot.
I think it might be a graphics error. Yeah, I'm not sure about the action. We know he put chips on the turn, but we don't know if because he check called the flop. I don't think he's going to stop and go there. I don't know. I don't want to presume a lot of the action if it's. And we know Andy's like really, live pro, so a lot of his opponent's mannerisms will really affect the line he chooses.
Yeah, so Andy has essentially fourth pair, and he's wondering if his opponent could have just been bluffing off a diamond draw. He does block Jack 10. His opponent did bet 25K into about 70K, so Andy essentially has to risk 25K in chips to win 96K, which means he only has to be good here 20% of the time. If Andy thinks he's good here 20% of the time, he can make this call. It's pretty tough here. I mean, this is a 3-bet pot. So he's essentially hoping that his opponent has like 8-7 of diamonds. Something like that. 5-6 of diamonds, turning a 5 into a bluff, or a small pocket pair into a bluff. You've got to know your opponent pretty well to make this call, to be able to bluff this spot. I think this is probably a spot that's under bluffed.
Good fold, Andy. Good fold.
Yeah, it's just tough. I mean, it's fourth pair.
Yeah.
Those are the chip counts. We've got a pretty cool video that's supposed to be released on Friday. It's one of the $1 million cash games. It was by far the sickest action game I've ever commentated on. And we condensed it into about an hour for you guys, which is probably about 15 to 20 of the best hands. That show had the largest hand in Live at the Bike history with Jackie in it, has Johnson, it has Dan Zach, has Andy, has Garrett Adelstein, and has Bill Klein. Am I leaving someone
out? That's
it?
I
feel like it was a 7-handed game. I feel like I'm leaving someone out though.
Wasn't Art in that game?
And Art was in the game. There you go. Wow, you're good, Wayne. You're good. I think that was by far the sickest game I've seen on Live at the Bike. Maybe not pound for pound sickest lineup. Pound for pound, the sickest lineup has got to be the video that we just released on our stream. You guys should check it out. It's I think it's like a 7-hour show, and it has Jungle Man, It has Danmer. It has Jason McDonald. So Danmer and Jason McDonald are also upswing coaches. It has Ryan Fee, has Doug Poker, has Garrett Adelstein, I think, has Little Antonio. So that lineup is just stacked. It has Matt Berkey as well.
Berkey.
So I can't believe that we released that on our channel. I actually put that, because I never watched the full episode, Wayne. I put that episode on my iPad, and when I traveled to Asia in 2018, I watched that episode over some flights, some boat rides. I watched the whole. It might have been like an 8-hour stream. Actually, it's a long one. So
I definitely made a mention to watch that one too, but I have so many things to do. I'm just like.
So Andy is turning his 5 into a bluff here. Looks like.
Denying equity.
Yeah, it's more of a bluff, I think, because there's 3 clubs on the board as well, and so. But yeah, that stream, I want to say that lineup is by far the probably one of the sickest games I've seen. We have Christian Soto and Joey Ingram commentating that, and we decided to throw it up this week, or maybe late last week, as a free episode on our YouTube channel. So if you guys haven't seen that show, it's definitely top 5 live at the bike shows of all time, I would say. That's just such a stacked lineup. Would you have played in that lineup, Wayne?
No, I mean, eventually I'll play on any lineup for camera, but I'm just not playing to.
I mean, I wouldn't play that lineup.
I'm playing Doug Polk to play on camera. I'm not. There's no way I'm a favorite. There's definitely some, if it's a bunch of name people, I don't mind playing them for stream later. Right now it's tough because I'm saying the lineups. So.
Oh, Andy's got the Cowboys versus Pocket Eights. And I'm torn. Do I root for Andy here, or do I root for my favorite hand?
I root for Andy.
Well, I'm rooting for.
I was rooting for my guys.
I'm rooting for the Pocket Eights. This is my go-to holding. So I believe the board was Deuce 3-4, not.
Yeah, I think so.
And Andy's going to get paid here. Overpair versus overpair. Players always put players one-liner. So there's not a king on the turn. What I think happened is maybe it's king clubs. Probably the burn card got too close. Oh my gosh. And it looks like he took a stab and he folded the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
Sick. Tip Top said the Barry Woods Doug Polk heads up match was sick. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you watch the one where Barry Woods commentated on it and with Wayne?
King 10 high for value.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how out of line was Barry Woods when he was commentating with you, Wayne?
Not that out of line.
So
he toned it. I talked to him before, and I'm like, yo, it's 2020. Even I have to tone it down. So I'm like nothing.
I think I remember when you became an owner, or maybe a little bit before, I was like, dude, you can't be saying that stuff, man. You can't be joking. So yeah.
Yeah, we're changing every day. Every day we're all changing. So
people are very
every day we're talking.
Funny, man.
I agree. It's okay. It's for the better. So
I got my house painted, Wayne. Pretty stoked about that. And I'm wondering what kind of flag I want to put up on my on my house, you know? I'm wondering if I'm going to get a Black Lives Matter flag or I want to get a Rasta flag because I love reggae music. I'm not sure yet, man.
2, 3, or 4, 5.
4 or 5 all day.
4, 5.
Did I sell you on the 4, 5, or 6, 7 yet? Did I sell you? Did I sales?
I like them both. I'll take both. I don't really care. I like.
I'm telling you,
JJ,
the 4, 5.
You didn't know me during my heyday. I was like any 2 cards, any spot.
The 4 or 5 is amazing because you just cooler an ace so hard. You know what I'm saying?
I like them both. I like them both. Yeah. I'm happy with both. In the right spot.
How long is the stream, Wayne?
It's over soon.
Okay.
You know CC, right? The Asian dude.
Oh yeah, that's my boy.
So I was with CC and Ken 10, 25, 50.
Wait, CC, who's played on our show, correct?
Yeah.
He wears glasses.
Yeah.
Skinny.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's my boy.
We battled.
Oh yeah? How long ago?
Don't want to say.
What do you mean?
We're in the NL streets.
Oh, it was a long time ago then, huh?
No. It's pretty recent.
Recent?
Yeah.
Are you playing home game or something? You don't want to say? Dang. Mask up, Wayne.
I did. I'm just throwing myself under the bus.
Wait, I don't get it. Why'd you ask me all those questions and then you stopped?
Oh no. Just like we battled. Me, Ken, Big Daddy, Bluff Daddy, Ken, and CC and some other people battled. 10, 25, 50.
I know the location. Was Johnny Chan in the mix?
No. That's a different situation.
We are rocking live from Taiwan. Andy is in the mix. Yes, that is Andy from Live at the Bike. And we may or may not be frozen.
Shout out to Frozen, the Hearthstone Club. I'm unwelcome in many. Okay.
All right, guys. I think that's the last hand of the night. We may have one more, but shout out to Patrick. Shout out to Patrick Curran. Yes, Wayne and I are and were live. Shout out to Damien. Thanks for rocking with us. Ghost of GG. Tip Top. What up, Tip Top? Who else do I recognize in here? Edward, Paul, Justin Moon 1. And that's good. I'm scrolling up for a little bit. And those are the names that have been rocking with us. And Nick. So thank you guys. Make sure you guys check out Wayne's Pokercraft tomorrow. Who do you got, Wayne?
Jeremy. We have Jeremy.
Oh, that's right. Jeremy Levin, Jay Books.
Jay Books. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Friday, 6 p.m., we have Roger Veer, Bitcoin aficionado, and there will be giveaways 6 p.m. Friday. So tune in.
Nice.
Not just one giveaway. There are a lot of giveaways. So
nice. Some free
tune
Bitcoin.
in.
Huh? All right. All right, guys. Well, you guys have a good night. Hopefully live at the bike. Some live games will be back sooner than later. So stay safe.